A bell reaches you first, thin and far, and even carried a long way over the flat, dark fen. You are walking the last of a low causeway at dusk, in the wet, flat country of eastern England, where the ground on either side is reed and standing water and sodden grass, all of it going gray now as the light fails. The cold comes up out of the land itself, a damp cold that smells of mud and cut sedge, and from somewhere ahead, of wood smoke. And there, low against the last pale band of sky, sits the shape the bell comes from, a huddle of stone roofs no higher than a barn, and above them a plain bell cote, a small open frame of stone where a single bell still rocks on its beam.
The path brings you to a gate in a low stone wall, and through it the buildings settle into a plan. They stand in a hollow square. One side is the church. You know it by its greater length and its higher roof. The other three are lower ranges of stone and timber, the monks' own rooms, closed around a square of open grass in the middle. It is smaller than you might have pictured. This is no great abbey, with a long soaring nave and a crowd of 100 brothers.
It is a small house, a prior, and perhaps a dozen men. A cell that answers to a larger abbey off across the fen, keeping the same slow round of prayer that abbey keeps, hour by hour, only smaller and quieter and half empty.
You will not find this house in any chronicle. The great abbeys kept yearly annals. A small fen cell like this left almost nothing behind. A few priors' names written down because they managed fields and sealed agreements, not because anyone recorded its nights. So take this as any night, in the years around 1300, give or take a lifetime. In a house like this, one night is nearly the next. The last light is leaving the water behind you.
Inside those low walls, a dozen men are turning toward the close of their day, as they did the evening before, and will the evening after. The same few quiet observances, in the same order. Soon they will gather for a reading and a little ale, and after that the day's last office. The cold is at your back. Step in, and let the evening take its course.
The last daylight office has been sung, and the light itself is nearly gone. You are standing in the cloister now in the covered walk that runs around the open square of grass, and the cold of the stone has already come up through your shoes. It is the hour when the working day folds itself away. A dozen men in dark wool move along the walk without hurry, hoods up against the draft that slides along the arcade. No one is speaking more than he must.
Somewhere ahead is the long room where the community eats, and the evening has begun its slow narrowing from the business of the day toward the quiet, toward the dark. For now there is only the sound of feet on worn stone, and the year deciding what this evening will hold.
Whether you eat at all this evening depends on the season, and the season is not a small thing here. Through the long, light half of the year, the rule allows 2 meals, a dinner near midday and a lighter supper when the day is done. But from the middle of September onward, and through the whole of Lent, and on many a Wednesday and Friday besides, the house keeps a fast, and a fasting day has 1 meal only, taken in daylight, with nothing after it.
So this may be one of the evenings when there is no supper at all. Only water, and the reading, and the office and bed. The body learns the calendar. It comes to know without being told whether tonight it will be fed.
On the evenings when there is a meal, it begins with washing. Set into the cloister wall near the door of the dining hall is a long stone trough, the lavatorium, fed by water running in lead pipes, so that a thin, cold stream can be had at any hour. You hold your hands beneath it. The water is the temperature of the stone, which is to say barely above freezing, and it wakes the skin. A linen towel hangs nearby on a wooden roller.
changed once or twice a week, damp already from the hands that came before yours. It is a small courtesy and a small discipline at once. No one comes to the table with the day's work still on his fingers. The washing is not in the rule by name. It is simply what is done in a house like this, evening after evening.
The dining hall, the refectory, the frater, is a long room with tables set down its sides and a raised place in the wall, reached by a little stair where one brother stands to read, for this is a meal taken in silence. The community eats without conversation, while from the reading place a single voice carries over the room, scripture or the life of a saint, plain and unhurried, so that the mind is fed while the body is.
If a brother needs the salt or the bread passed down, he does not ask aloud. He makes a small sign with his hands, and it is understood. The only voice in the room belongs to the reader. Everything else is the low business of eating, the scrape of a wooden bowl, the pouring of a cup, the settling of men onto benches. The bread is the foundation of it all. Each monk is allowed 1 good pound of bread a day. The rule sets the measure in its 39th chapter, and on the days when supper is taken, the man who keeps the stores, the cellarer, holds back 1/3 of that loaf from the midday table, so there is something to bring out at night. The evening bread is, quite literally, what was saved from the afternoon. It is dense and dark, closer to the grain than anything you would call white. A loaf of mixed wheat and rye that sits heavy in the hand and keeps for days. You tear it rather than cut it. Around it the table is not bare. There are bowls, a jug, the wooden cups, but the bread is the thing the whole meal is built around.
Beyond the bread, the rule is generous enough. 2 cooked dishes are allowed at the main meal, so that a brother who cannot eat the one may be satisfied by the other. And when the garden gives them, fruit or young vegetables are added. But the evening plate, when there is one, is the lighter of the 2.
The weight of the day's food came at midday. What comes now is smaller, and often the same food again, a pottage of beans or peas thickened with grain, whatever remained from the afternoon and the saved bread. It is warm and it is plain, and it is enough. No one at this table eats to be delighted. The food is fuel for the offices and the work, measured out with the same evenness as the hours, and taken, like the hours, without remark.
To drink, there is ale. The rule, written for a warmer country, allows each monk a small measure of wine, a hemina, something near half a pint, and Benedict grants it almost with a sigh, remarking that wine is really no drink for monks at all, but since the monks of his day cannot be talked out of it, they should at least not drink to the point of excess. That is the rule's voice, dry, patient, human.
But this is England, and the everyday cup holds ale, not wine. Thin, small, faintly sweet, brewed in the priory's own brewhouse. It is unhopped. The bitter hop that later brewers would come to prize has not yet reached English brewing. What you drink tonight is closer to a thin, liquid bread than to anything sharp. It sits quietly in the stomach and helps towards sleep.
The brewhouse stands among the working buildings, and its work is nearly constant because ale does not keep. Every few days the cycle turns again. Barley malt is steeped and mashed in hot water in a great wooden vat, the sweet liquor drawn off and left to work, and within a week or so it is drunk, before it can sour. Most of what the house brews is small ale, weak, mild stuff, taken through the day by young and old alike, a little nourishment in a cup. A stronger brew is held back for feast days and for guests at the gate. None of it is sharp or strong the way you might picture it. It is cloudy, low, and soft, poured from a plain jug into cups of turned wood. The brewer's craft is not to make it strong, but to make it steadily, so the stores are never empty.
There is a quiet honesty ode about meat. The rule is plain. In its 39th chapter, it forbids the flesh of four-footed animals to everyone but the sick and the weak. And that rule was real. It was kept. But it was also, by this date, gently and lawfully set aside. Most Benedictine houses had come to keep a second, smaller dining room, the Misericorde, the room of mercy, where meat could be eaten not by the whole community together, but by a few brothers taking their turn on a rota.
So the truth sits in the middle, between the two pictures people like to paint. The monks did not go wholly without meat, nor did they feast upon it. A handful of them on their turn ate a plainer version of what the world outside ate, in a side room, while the rest kept the older abstinence in the freighter.
How ordinary this had become you can measure by the fact that Rome at last had to regulate it. In the year 1336, a papal constitution, known afterward as the Benedictine, laid down that no more than half of any community might be absent from the common table at one time.
A law like that is written only when the practice it limits has grown settled and wide. The Misericorde Rota had become so much a part of monastic life that the church stepped in, not to forbid it, but to keep it within bounds. In a small fen-edge house, all of this was plainer than at the great abbeys. The meat was often salted rather than fresh. The turns came round among a handful of men, and the room of mercy was likely small and simply kept.
But the shape was the same as everywhere. The rule honored, and quietly, lawfully bent.
When the meal is cleared, or on the fasting evenings when there has been no meal to clear, the community does not scatter to its rest just yet. There is one more gathering, and it is the gentlest of the day. In the cloister, as the last of the light fails, the brothers settle onto a low bench along the wall, and one of them takes up a book to read aloud. This is not a meal.
It is a reading, with a little drink to go with it, a cup passed round in the cold, while a single unhurried voice fills the covered walk. After a day measured out in work and psalms, this is the hour that asks nothing of anyone. You sit, you hold the cup, you listen. The words are old, the pace is slow, and no answer is expected of you. What is read at this hour is fixed by the rule. In its 42nd chapter, Benedict directs that when the brothers have risen from their meal, someone should read aloud from the Conferences of John Cassian, a set of dialogues written around the year 420, in which a young seeker questions the old hermits of the Egyptian desert about the inner life. 4 or 5 pages, the rule says, or as many as the time allows.
Cassian's Latin is calm and searching, well suited to a tired room at the end of a day. It does not argue or alarm, but circles a question slowly and lets it settle. And these dialogues carry a name of their own. Cassian called them in Latin the Collationes, the conferences, the things talked over together. That single word is about to do something quiet and lasting to the language.
Because the reading from the Collationes came at this hour, the whole gathering took the same name. The monks called it the Collation, and then the word began to travel. It passed from the reading to the light drink that went with it, so that to take a collation came to mean the small evening cup itself.
From there it slipped out of the cloister entirely and into ordinary speech, until, centuries on, a collation could mean any light meal or snack taken outside the proper hours, a little something late in the day. The next time you meet the word, this is where it began. A tired room, a slow voice, a few pages of desert wisdom, and a cup of thin ale passed round in the dark. The evening drink was named for the book that was read while it was drunk.
When the reader reaches the end of his pages, the collation is over, and with it the last of the evening's ease. Think back over the shape the evening has made, for it has been making one shape all along, a long, slow narrowing. First the business of the day, then the meal, taken in silence under a single reading voice, then this gentler reading in the cloister, with its little cup of ale, and now even that thins away towards stillness. What remains of the day is one short office, and then the dark. Before long a bell will call the house into it. For the moment, though, the brothers only sit in the cold, the last words of the desert fathers settling into the quiet. From words, the evening has come down to a few words. Soon it will come down to none. The reading is over. The last of the evening drink has been set down, and the voice that carried the old desert conferences through the room has fallen quiet. Now a bell sounds, not loud, a plain single note from the little bell cote over the church, and you rise with the others and go in. The way is short. From the cloister, a low door lets you into the church, and the cold of the stone meets you at once.
There is little light here. A lamp at the altar, a candle or two among the wooden stalls,
And beyond them the long reach of the choir, mostly dark. You find your place, and you wait for the last office of the day to begin.
This office is called Compline, and it is the shortest of them all. Through the day the brothers have gathered again and again, at first light, at the 3rd hour, the 6th, the 9th, at dusk. But this is the last gathering, the one that closes the day and sends the house to bed. It asks little. A short reading, a few sung psalms, a blessing, and then out.
In a great cathedral priory, it might be sung by 80 voices under a soaring roof. Here it is a dozen men at most, in a small stone church at the edge of the fen, keeping the same close of day the rule had fixed 800 years before. The words are few, and they are always the same.
What makes Compline different from every other office is that it never changes. The other hours move through the whole book of Psalms across the week, a different set each time. Compline does not. Night after night, year after year, it is the same 3 Psalms in the same order, the 4th, the 91st, and the 134th by the old reckoning. A monk who has kept the rule for 30 years has sung these 3 Psalms more than 10,000 times.
They are not read from a page. They rise out of memory, the way your own name does, worn so smooth by repetition that the mind hardly has to reach for them at all.
Because the words never change, the light hardly matters. The candles among the stalls have burned low, and the church is nearly dark. And still the chant goes on, unhurried and low, each verse answered from the far side of the choir. The monks do not need to see. Many of them sing with their eyes closed, their heads bowed, the sound coming up out of them without effort or thought.
This is the quality the office was built for. A thing so known that it can be done half asleep, in the cold, in the dark, by men who have done it every night of their grown lives. There is no strain in it. The plain chant simply unwinds verse by verse toward its end. One of the 3 Psalms has a line worth holding on to. It is from the 91st, the one the church has sung at nightfall for as long as anyone can trace. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. It is an old image, and a gentle one. The day's dangers put away, the sleeper gathered under a wing the way a bird settles its young for the night.
The monks would have known exactly what it meant for them, that the hours of darkness ahead, the cold and the short broken sleep, were watched over, and that nothing in the night was theirs to fear. They sing it and let it go and move on to the last psalm of the day.
The rest of Compline is brief and plain. There is a short reading, only a sentence or 2. There is a hymn, the same one each night. There are the small back and forth versicles, a voice giving a line and the choir returning it, and a blessing spoken over the bowed heads. None of it is long. The whole office might take a quarter of an hour, less on a cold night when the brothers are tired and the beds are waiting above. It is not meant to hold the attention.
It is meant to round off the day, to set a plain full stop at the end of it, so that what follows can be nothing at all.
In many houses, by this time in the 14th century, one more thing followed the office out the door. As the brothers left the choir, they would sing a low anthem to the Virgin, a short, sweet melody sung to Mary at the close of the day. Which one it was changed with the season, so it is safest not to name it here. But the shape of the moment is clear enough.
The last sung thing of the whole day was soft and slow, and turned toward comfort, carried on the way out of the church and into the dark. And then the singing stopped, and did not begin again until the small hours of the morning.
Now the light begins to go. A brother moves along the stalls and puts out the candles one by one. A pinch, a thread of smoke, a little less light in the room, and then again and again. It is done without hurry, the way everything here is done. The great reach of the choir folds back into darkness stall by stall, until only the one steady flame is left burning before the altar. Small and low and alone, that flame stays. By custom, a light is kept before the altar through the whole night.
But the rest of the church goes dark, and the smell of snuffed tallow hangs a while in the cold air.
With the last office sung, the silence comes down over the whole house. This is the rule's 42nd chapter, and it is exact. From the end of Compline until the morning office, no one speaks. Not in the church, not on the stairs, not in the long room where they sleep. The talk of the day, the business of fields and flower, and the small human back and forth, is simply over, set down like a tool at the end of work. What is left is the strictest quiet of the whole day and night.
The house does not go quiet because there is nothing to say. It goes quiet because the rule gives the night to sleep and to God, and speech is put away until the light comes back. The silence is not quite absolute, and the rule is sensible about that. If a guest arrives in real need, he may be answered. A house of this kind kept its door and its charity even in the dark. And the superior, the prior over the house, may speak a few grave words if something truly requires it. But these are narrow doors in a plain wall. They are for need, not for talk. The ordinary brother going up to his bed says nothing to the man beside him, and nothing is asked of him but the quiet. If a thing must be passed between them in the silent hours, it is passed some other way with a small motion of the hands. But that is a matter for another night.
And if the silence was broken, a word let slip on the stair, a whisper in the dark, it was not a scandal. It was simply a small fault, to be answered for in daylight, at the morning gathering the brothers called chapter, where the ordinary business and failings of the house were set right. The one who had spoken might say a psalm, or lie a moment face down on the cold stone floor, or lose a portion of something at the next meal. That was all. No one made much of it.
The point was never punishment. The point was only that the quiet mattered, and that keeping it was part of the work, like rising in the night or singing the psalms by heart.
The silence had a shape in the buildings, too, a geography of places where no voice was allowed. The church, first of all. The refectory, where even the day's meals were taken under silence, one brother reading aloud from a raised pulpit, while the rest ate without a word. The long dormitory upstairs, where a dozen men slept within arm's reach, and none of them spoke.
And the cloister, the covered walk around the open garth, where a single cough traveled the length of the stone and came back to you.
In each of these the rule was the same. The mouth kept shut, the business of the soul carried on without speech. The whole heart of the house was, by design, a quiet place.
There was one room that stood apart from all of this. One room built for the opposite purpose. It had a name that said so plainly, the locutorium, the parlor, from the Latin word for speech. It was the place where you might speak. A brother could go there, at the permitted times of the day, and say the few words the running of the house required, a matter for the cellarer, a word with a visitor, an instruction passed along. The room existed so that the rest of the house need not. It was a small allowance walled off and given its own name, the single door through which ordinary talk was let into a building otherwise handed over, hour after hour, to silence.
So the day folds shut. The reading, then the office, then the anthem, then the snuffing of the candles, and now the silence that will hold until a bell breaks it in the small hours. From words to fewer words to none. The brothers file out of the dark church and toward their beds, and the one flame before the altar keeps its small watch over the empty choir. Nothing here is hurried, and nothing is left undone. The house has said its last words for the day, and set them down.
What is left is the cold, and the stone, and the long quiet, and a dozen men climbing in the dark toward what little sleep the night allows before it calls them down again.
The last office is sung, and the candles at the stalls are pinched out one by one. Now you climb. Along the east range of the cloister, above the chapter house where the brothers meet by day, runs one long room, the length of the whole range, the Dorter, the monks' dormitory. A stair goes up to it from the cloister walk, and the file of hooded men climbs in silence, one behind another, a single lantern going before. The stone is cold under your hand on the wall.
At the top, the room opens out, long and low and dim, and the day is over. There is nothing left to do now but sleep, and rise again in the dark when the bell says so. Picture the room you are lying in. It is not a corridor of little cells, each with its own door, that will come later, in houses richer and further on. This is one open hall. The beds are ranged down the two long walls, a narrow aisle between them, and here and there a low wooden screen has begun to divide one sleeping place from the next. Half partitions, no more, so that a brother has a little quiet on either side, but no door to close, and no room of his own.
Above, the dark timbers of the roof. Below, the plain stone floor. The whole community sleeps here together, in sight of one another, as the rule means them to.
The rule is exact about how a monk sleeps, and it asks for very little. Each brother has his own bed. That much is set down plainly, and in it, 4 things and no more. A mat of straw for a mattress, a woolen blanket, a coverlet over that, and a pillow for the head. That is the whole of it. No hangings, no feather bed, nothing soft or owned or hoarded. The straw is renewed when it must be. The wool is coarse and smells of the flock it came from.
It is enough to lie warm on a stone floor in a cold room, and it is meant to be no more than enough.
And you lie down dressed.
This is the rule's own instruction. The brothers sleep clothed and girded, belted or corded at the waist, so that when the signal comes in the night, they are already fit to rise and go down to the work of God, with no fumbling in the dark for garments. Only one thing is set aside before sleep. The small knife each monk carries by day is unbelted and laid apart, lest, as the rule puts it, a sleeping brother wound himself upon it.
So you keep your habit, keep your belt, and give up only the blade. Dressed and girded, you are ready to wake already halfway to your feet.
Not everything stays on. The great choir cowl, the heavy-hooded garment worn to sing the offices, wide-sleeved and long, is lifted off and laid aside, folded over the end of the bed or a peg on the screen. Under it, you keep the plain tunic, and in that you sleep. Wool holds what warmth it can, and in a room with no fire, it must hold a good deal. There is a particular weight to a woolen habit worn day and night, the same cloth against the skin waking and sleeping, warm where the body has warmed it, cold at the edges where the room gets in.
All of this cloth is one brother's charge. There is a monk called the Chamberlain, the Camerarius, whose whole office is to keep the community clothed and bedded, the tunics and cowls, the stockings and shoes, the blankets and the washing of them. And what he issues is measured. The rule allows each monk 2 tunics and 2 cowls, one to wear while the other is washed, one weight for the day and a little more for the cold of night, and past that, nothing.
A brother who wanted a third or finer cloth or a warmer color would be asking for what the rule calls superfluity. So the chamberlain keeps his stores and gives out exactly 2 of each, and the whole house is dressed the same.
Because a monk owns nothing of his own, the beds can be looked through. The rule gives the head of the house leave to search them, and in a priory that is the prior, walking the aisle between the sleeping brothers, or sending one he trusts, to see that no one has hidden away some small private thing, a coin, a keepsake, a comfort kept back from the common store. It is not suspicion so much as housekeeping of the soul. Nothing here is yours to hide. The bed you lie in, the wool over you, the tunic on your back, all of it is issued and inspected, and none of it belongs to the man asleep in it.
There is no fire in this room, and there will be none. The dormitory is not heated, no hearth at its end, nothing burning for warmth. The one place in the whole priory where the monks may thaw their hands at a fire lies elsewhere and is shut at night. Here there is only stone, and stone keeps the cold. The walls have stood in the wind off the fen all day, and they hold that chill through the dark hours and give it slowly back into the room. Your warmth is your own body, the wool over it, and the low animal fact of a dozen men breathing in one enclosed hall. Nothing else warms this place.
And yet it is never wholly dark. The rule is plain on this too. A lamp shall burn in the dormitory through the whole night, until morning. So at one end of the long room, a single small flame is kept, an oil lamp, tended so it will not go out, and it burns low and steady over the sleeping rows. It is the one light in the priory you can count on all night long. Not the altar, not the stair, but this.
By its little reach you can see the shapes of the beds, the pale of a blanket, the dark of a habit, and know where you are. The room sleeps, but the flame keeps watch.
Nor do the young sleep unwatched. The rule sets an older brother among the younger ones, his bed among theirs, so that through the night there is always someone senior lying near, awake to the room, keeping a quiet watch over it. Should a young monk be restless or troubled, or slow to rise when the time comes, there is a steadier hand close by. In a house of perhaps a dozen men, this is no great arrangement. It is only that the beds are set so the older and the younger are mixed, and the room minds itself. You lie somewhere in that ordering, older than some, younger than others, and are watched over and watch in your turn.
At the far end of the Dorter, a short passage leads to the redorter, the latrine block, the necessary house. It is built out over a running drain, a channel of water cut to pass beneath it and carry everything away, and it is reached under cover, so that even in the deep of the night, a brother need never step outside into the cold and the wet to use it. That is a real kindness of the plan. The whole night's needs are met without a door to the open air.
And beneath the floor, if you listen, there is water, the faint, constant wash of the drain, running in the dark under the sleeping house, never quite silent, never quite still.
Settle then into the first sleep, for this is only the first of two. The shape of the monastic night divides it. You lie down not long after dusk and sleep the early part of the night through, and the rule's own reckoning of the hours will break that sleep well before dawn, and send you down to the church, and afterward back up here to sleep again. So the rest ahead of you is a first portion only, a few hours, deep and early, with more to come after the night has been cut in two.
You need not think about the waking. It will come when it comes. For now, there is only the first sleep to sink into. The sounds of the room grow few and grow large. A cough 2 beds down travels the length of the stone hall and comes back thinned. The creak of a wooden screen as someone turns. The long, even breathing of men already gone under. The rustle of wool drawn up against the cold. In a room this bare and this quiet, each small sound stands alone and then fades, and the silence closes over it again. There is nothing here to keep you waking, no fire to tend, no light to put out, no door to bar.
The lamp is already lit and will stay lit. Everything that had to be done is done, so the house goes quiet under one small flame. The beds are full, the brothers dressed and belted and still, the cold held off by wool and by walls and by nothing else. At the end of the room the lamp burns on, low and untroubled, as the rule has said it must, giving its little light to no one in particular, and to all of them at once. Nothing stirs. The night has begun its slow division, and the first sleep has the house entirely now.
And the small flame keeps its watch over the long room and asks nothing, and will still be burning when the dark is asked to give the brothers back.
While the whole house sleeps, one man does not. He is the sacrist, and the hours belong to him. The rule of Saint Benedict is plain about it. In its 47th chapter, the announcing of the hours, by day and by night, is set down as one man's task, a named duty, given to a brother the prior trusts. When the time comes for prayer, it falls to him to know it and to wake the others.
So while a dozen men lie in the Dorter above, breathing slow in the wool and the cold, he keeps a kind of watch that has nothing to do with danger. He is only counting. He is only waiting for the night to reach its mark, so that he can call the house down to the church.
To do this, he has almost nothing that we would recognize. There is no mechanical clock here, not in a house like this. In these very decades, the great and wealthy places are only beginning to buy the first ones. The cathedral priory at Norwich, the abbey at St. Albans, a handful of rich houses with money enough for such a marvel. Their accounts speak of the new engine with something like wonder.
But a small priory on the fen-edge, a cell of a dozen men answering to a larger house off in the marsh, would not see such a thing for a lifetime yet, and perhaps longer. The night here has no ticking in it. It never has.
So the sacrist reads the time the old way, off the sky. On a clear night he steps to an opening in the cold stone and looks up, and the stars are his face of hours. They wheel overhead slowly, the whole field of them turning about a fixed northern point, and a man who has watched them for years knows how far they have gone. A particular star that stood over the gable at Compline has slid well to the west by the deep of the night.
He does not need a number for it.
He needs only the slow, familiar turning. The same wheel his brothers watched 100 years before him, and the patience to read it. When the sky is clouded, he must fall back on humbler things.
One of those humbler things is a candle, marked. He sets a taper of known make into its holder and lets it burn, and down its length run lines, rings scored into the wax at measured spaces, each one a portion of the night. As the flame eats slowly downward, it passes one mark, and then, after some time, the next. The candle tells the hour and gives itself away as it works, shrinking bit by bit into a small warm pool. He watches the flame come down toward a line he has been waiting for.
It is quiet work. There is nothing to hear but the faint hiss of the wick, and nothing to see but the light going gently down the marked wax.
There is water, too. In some houses, the sacrist keeps a vessel that measures the hours by dripping, a jar pierced with a small hole, the water falling drop by slow drop into a bowl set beneath, the level sinking against a scale as the night wears on. It asks nothing of the sky, and it does not gutter in a draught as a flame does. It only needs filling and a steady place to stand. Drop and drop and drop again, each one the same size, each one a little of the night gone.
A man half asleep on a stool beside it could keep the count with his ears alone. Between the wax and the water and the wheeling stars, he has 3 ways to hold the same slow hour.
He might have one thing more, a small device to wake himself first, before he wakes anyone else. We cannot be sure of it in a house this size, but such things were known. A weight hung on a cord, arranged to fall at a set moment and rouse the sleeping keeper of the hours, so that the man whose task is waking is not himself caught asleep. Whether this priory owns such a rig or not, the need behind it is real enough. Someone must come awake before the rest.
Someone must surface out of his own first sleep in the cold and the dark, and gather his wits and see by wax or water or star that the night has turned, and that it is time.
For if he sleeps too long, it matters. The office cannot simply be let go. To oversleep the night office was a real fault, one that would be answered for in the daylight chapter. Not a great sin, but a lapse to be named and set right, a portion given up, a word of correction taken in front of the others. It was correctable, and it was corrected, and then it was over. But the knowing of it sat on the sacrist through every night. He carried the house's hours on his own thin sleep.
The others could give themselves wholly to rest, because one of them had agreed not to. That is the quiet weight of the office, to be the one who stays half awake so the rest need not.
Once or more in the night he makes a round. He takes up a lantern, its sides not of clear glass but of thin scraped horn, worked until the light can pass through, a warm and clouded glow that the draughts cannot easily kill, and he goes through the sleeping ranges, down the night stair, into the church to see the light still burning before the altar. Through the cold cloister walk, past the shuttered service rooms, listening.
He is looking for small things, a flame that has crept where it should not, an ember breathing where it was meant to be dead. The lantern throws his shadow long against the stone and swings it as he moves. His feet find the worn hollows in the steps without his thinking of it.
His care is greatest at the fires, and chiefly at the kitchen. Before the house went to its rest, that hearth was raked down, the burning wood pulled apart and pushed low, the live embers dragged together and buried under a blanket of their own cold ash, so that no open flame is left to wander. There is even an old word for the doing of it.
To cover the fire, in the French of the time, was couvre-feu, cover fire. And from that plain act of banking a hearth for the night, comes by a long road, our own word curfew. Here inside the priory, it carries no order about townsfolk or streets. It means only what it says. Cover the fire. See that nothing is left alight, and free in the dark.
They cover the fire because fire is the thing they fear most. A priory of this age is built of timber, and dressed stone and roofed, in good part. With thatch and a precinct of such stuff can be lost in a single bad night. The monks of Canterbury remembered such a night for generations after, a fire that took the choir of their great church in the year 1174, and was still spoken of as a warning long past living memory.
So the fear is not idle, and the ritual of banking is not fussiness. It is the sober habit of men who know what an unwatched ember can do to a house of wood, and who mean to hand the morning a precinct still standing.
There is one fire, though, that the house keeps on purpose, and gathers at. In the warming house, a plain room near the frater, a hearth is lit each year at the Feast of All Saints, at the start of November, and kept through the cold months until Good Friday, when it is let die for the spring.
It is the single fire the monks are allowed to come and warm themselves by, and it is rationed like everything else. A brother goes to thaw his stiff hands and his ink-cold fingers, and then he goes back to the cold. Church and cloister, and Dorter and frater stay unheated all winter through. Only here, for half the year, is there a little borrowed warmth, and a red glow of embers to stand beside for a while.
The stairs themselves are not left wholly dark. Set into the stone at the turns are cressets, blocks of stone hollowed into shallow cups, each cup filled with oil and floated with a little wick, a low flame sitting in the rock itself. They are humble lights and steady ones, sheltered from the draught by the very stone that holds them, and cressets like these survive at monastic sites across England, worn and greased and blackened at the lip. By such a flame the sacrist climbs and descends on his rounds, and by such a flame, in a few hours, the brothers will come down single file to the night office. The light waits in the stone, patient, using its oil slowly, keeping the steps from being a danger in the dark.
Not all the light in the house is the same, and the sacrist knows the difference in his nose. Before the altar, and in the choir, the flames are of beeswax, clean burning pale, with a faint sweetness on the air. Everywhere else in the passages and the service rooms, the light is tallow, rendered from animal fat, and it smokes in gutters and leaves a greasy smell behind it. You could walk the ranges blindfold and know by scent alone whether you stood in a holy place or a working one.
All of it. The beeswax and the tallow, the lamp oil and the wicks, is the sacrist's charge to buy and to account for, set down in his rolls a little at a time. And so the house lies held between water and wax and stars, and one wakeful brother counting, and waits for 2 in the morning.
For a few hours the priory has been asleep. The bell that closed the day at Compline has long since died away, and the house has kept its deepest silence. The first sleep, the one that comes easy after a long day of work and prayer. In the Dorter, the beds stand in their rows, each brother in his own, wrapped in wool, the heavy cowl laid aside, the tunic still on. One lamp burns at the end of the long room, as the rule requires, so that even now the sleepers are never wholly in the dark.
The floor is cold stone. The air is cold. Outside, the fen wind moves along the cloister alleys and finds nothing awake to hear it. This is the stillest hour the house will know.
A little after 2 in the morning, the silence breaks.
It is the sacrist who breaks it. The brother charged with the hours, who has watched the night pass while the others slept. He rises first, and he takes up a small handbell, and he rings it down the length of the Dorter. It is not a loud sound. It does not need to be. In a room where a cough carries wall to wall, a handbell is enough to reach every bed. One by one, the shapes beneath the blankets stir.
There is no calling out, no word spoken. The night silence still holds. There is only the bell and the small movements of men waking in the cold, in the low light of the one lamp.
When the house is stirring, a second bell sounds, the church bell, larger, calling the brothers not merely awake, but to their places in the choir. The rule fixes this waking with care. Rise, it says, at the 8th hour of the night, so that the brothers have rested a little past the middle of the night, before they come to the night's long prayer.
Reckoned by the old unequal hours which stretched and shrank with the season that falls near 2 in the morning in winter, a little earlier in the short summer nights. No one here asks why the hour is so strange. It is simply the hour kept in this house as it has been kept in houses like it for 800 years, since the rule first set it down.
Consider how quickly they are ready. There is no fumbling in the dark for clothes, no dressing by feel in the cold. The brothers have slept in their habits, belted, the rule says, so that they are always prepared to rise at the signal without delay. Only the knife is set aside for sleep, in case a sleeping hand should find it, so a monk wakes already dressed for the work ahead.
He has only to rise, to take up the heavy hooded cowl he laid across the bed, to draw it over the tunic he never took off, and to step into his shoes. Within a few moments of the bell, a dozen men stand ready in the long room, shapes in wool, waiting to go down.
They do not go out into the cloister. There is a second stair in this house, one used only for the night. It runs from the Dorter straight down into the church, entering by the south transept, so that no one need cross the cold open cloister in the dark to reach the choir. The brothers form a line without being told, oldest and youngest in their settled order, and go down in single file, in silence, one behind another.
A brother goes ahead with a lantern, its flame sheltered behind thin panes of horn against the draught, and the small light moves down the stair, and the others follow the sound of feet on stone more than the light itself. These night stairs were built into the very stone of the house, and at a few old churches they still stand. At Hexham you can climb such a stair today, some 35 worn stone steps rising from where the Dorter once stood into the transept of the church, each step hollowed in the middle, dished by the passage of centuries of feet, going down to the night office and back.
Picture that hollow underfoot in the dark, the smooth, cold stone, the slight dip worn by every brother who ever kept this hour before you, your own foot finding the same place theirs found. The line goes down slowly. There is no hurry in it, and nowhere else in the sleeping house to be. The stair brings them out into the church, and the church at this hour is nearly dark. It is not the bright, candle-filled place of a great feast. A single small flame burns before the altar, kept there day and night. A candle or two glimmers at the wooden stalls where the brothers take their places, facing one another across the choir in 2 long ranks. And at the lectern where the readings will be given, there is one steady pool of light, and no more. Everywhere else is shadow. The high stone vaults lost above, the far end of the church invisible, the cold coming up off the floor through thin shoes. The brothers find their stalls by habit in the dark, and stand and wait for the office to begin.
This office has a name of its own. It is called Vigils, the Night Watch, the night office, and it is the longest of all the 8 the brothers keep across the day. It opens quietly, in the dark, with a single verse.
The third psalm, Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Then comes the 94th, the Venite, the call to worship. O come, let us sing unto the Lord, and a hymn for the hour of night.
The voices are low and even, unhurried, the plain chant rising without any instrument to carry it, no harmony, only the bare line of the melody passed from man to man. Nothing here hurries. The office has an hour or more to fill, and it fills it slowly.
The shape of the night office is old and fixed, and every brother knows it the way he knows his own breathing. After the opening come 6 psalms, each with its antiphon, sung slowly, verse answering verse. Then a versicle and a blessing, and the readings begin. Long passages read aloud at the lectern, each one followed by a responsory, a sung answer from the choir. Then 6 psalms more. 12 psalms in all across the office. A great, slow procession of them. Night after night. So that in the course of a week the brothers sing the whole Psalter through, all 150, and begin again. It is not quick. From the first bell to the last word can take the better part of 2 hours. There in the cold, in the dark, with the one lamp at the lectern burning down.
And here is the quiet wonder of it, though the brothers would not think to call it wonderful. Through nearly all of this, the 12 psalms, the antiphons, the hymn, the responsories, no one is reading. The church is too dark to read, and there is no need. Every brother in the choir carries the entire Psalter in his memory, all 150 psalms, learned by heart in his first years in the house.
A novice learned them slowly, psalm by psalm, scratching the words onto a wax tablet and smoothing them away to learn the next, until the whole book lived inside him. So the words in the dark come not off a page, but out of memory, welling up from somewhere long practiced, the same words in the same order they have kept for a lifetime.
Only for the readings does a single brother stand out from the rest. He steps to the lectern, into that one pool of candlelight, and reads the appointed passage, plainly, without flourish, while the whole choir listens from the dark around him, faces unseen. When he finishes, the responsory rises back at him out of the shadow, the many voices answering the one.
This is the rhythm of the whole night office. One voice, then the many, the reader in his small light, the choir invisible beyond it, a line given, a line returned. Back and forth it goes, rising and falling, the sound filling the cold stone and coming back off the vaults. A listener half asleep in the warm might follow that rising and falling without hearing a single word, and drift on it, as the brothers themselves half drift, upright in their stall. How much is read depends on the season, for the length of the night decides it. On a winter night, when the dark is long, there are 3 readings, each read aloud from the lectern, each with its responsory, scripture, and the words of the old teachers of the church upon it. On a short summer night there is no time for so much. The 3 long readings shrink to a single passage, and that one recited from memory rather than read, and the office ends almost as soon as it has begun, with first light close behind. And on a Sunday the night, office grows longer than any weekday, more reading still, and the old hymn of praise, the Te Deum, sung out into the dark before the dawn. There is nothing to look at, and nothing to do but be there and sing. The brothers stand and sit and stand again as the office turns, folding and unfolding their hands into the wide sleeves of the cowl for what warmth there is.
Their breath shows faintly in the cold. The stone gives back nothing. Hour into hour the psalms go on, rising and falling, the same slow tide of sound, until the words lose their edges and become only the shape of the thing. The low chant, the answering choir, the one lamp at the lectern, the great dark all around. It is the middle of the night, and a dozen men are awake in a cold stone church in the fen, doing the oldest and plainest of their work, asking nothing of it, and expecting nothing but the next psalm.
And then, without ceremony, the night office comes to its end. The last responsory falls away into the dark. The reader closes the heavy parchment at the lectern. The last long note thins and is gone, and the cold church holds its silence again, as it held it before the bell. In winter there is a while yet before the dawn office, a quiet space in the dark. In summer the light is already near, and the day's round waits. Either way, the work of the deepest hour is done.
The brothers keep their places a moment longer in the stillness, and then, in the same silent single file, by the same sheltered lantern, they turn back toward the stair they came down, and the long room above, and the bed still warm from the first sleep, waiting.
What happens now, in the hour after the office, depends on the season, and this is a thing the rule is careful about. Tonight it is deep winter, the long half of the year, when the night is at its greatest, and a long night leaves a space inside it. Between the office just sung and lauds, the office of first light, there is a gap of dark still to come, and lauds is a good many hours off yet. The brothers are climbing back out of the cold church, even now, up toward the long room and their beds.
But the gap itself is worth resting on for a moment. It is one of the stillest, emptiest stretches the whole turning day will bring. The house awake, its work for the deep hour done, and nothing yet asking anything of it.
By the rule, this winter space was made for reading. A monk might take up the psalter he already half knows by heart and go slowly over its lines, or sit a while with one of the old books the house keeps. Note what this is not. It is not the copying of manuscripts. That is daylight work, done at these same carols when the sun is up, with any open flame kept well back from the ink and the parchment, for a page is easily lost.
This is only reading, quiet, slow. A man and a page, and no sound at all, and even this is a provision the rule allows, not a task laid on every night. Tonight the carols along the walk stand empty and unlit. Whatever reading there is belongs to other nights, and to the daylight, and the daylight is far off.
In summer the reckoning runs the other way. The nights are short, and this gap all but closes. The night office itself is trimmed shorter for the brief dark, and lauds follows almost on its heels, so that a monk comes up out of the one office, and is soon enough called back down to the next, with barely a breath of sleep laid between them. But that is the other half of the year. Tonight belongs to winter, and winter is open-handed with the dark.
And so tonight the house does the plain thing the long night allows. It does not linger in the cold cloister with its books. It climbs back up the stair toward the warmth of its own walls and its own beds, to sleep a second time before the day.
For the night here is built in two pieces. This is the rule's own reckoning, not a thing to wonder at. A first sleep after Compline, the office in the deep of the dark, and then a second sleep set on top of it, carrying the house the rest of the way to first light. The brothers cross back along the walk in single file, hooded against the cold, their breath faint in the freezing air, toward the dark doorway of the east range, where the stair goes up into the shadow.
The stair they climb is the night stair, the private flight that joins the sleeping range to the church, so that the brothers need never cross the open cloister in the dark. They came down it in the cold of the deep hour,
Now they go back up in the same silence, one behind another. The steps are stone, and worn hollow in their middles by feet that have climbed them in the dark longer than anyone living here can say. A single lantern goes ahead, its thin horn panes holding the flames steady against the draft, and the line of hooded men follows its small moving light up into the shadow. There is nothing to hear but the soft fall of feet on stone, the brush of wool against wool, and the cold breathing off the walls.
At the top, the long room opens out, the dormitory, running the length of the range above the chapter house. Its 2 rows of low beds along the walls, each brother his own. The one lamp burns on midway down it, where it has burned the whole while they were below, throwing its small light along the beds.
They came up here a little after Compline for the first sleep. Now they come again quietly for the second, and the long room takes them back without a sound, the beds still holding a little of the warmth their bodies left in them a few hours ago, in the first sleep.
One by one the brothers lie down. They lie as they rose. They did not undress for the office, and they do not undress now, so that when the next bell comes they are ready for it without a fumble in the dark. The second sleep is the shorter of the 2, and every man in the room knows it. Between now and the bell for lauds there is only a thin slice of night left, an hour or 2 of dark at most, and the body takes it gladly and without ceremony. Heads settle on to the pillows. The rows go still.
The room that held a dozen waking men a moment ago holds a dozen sleeping ones, and the change is almost nothing to see. The same shapes, the same wool, the same slow breathing, only the waking gone quietly out of them. There is a particular quality to this second sleep. It is a borrowed hour, and the body seems to know it, knows, even in sleeping, that the dark it lies in is already leaning by slow degrees toward the gray of lauds. So the sleep sits lightly on them. It is warm and welcome, and never allowed to go quite as deep as the first.
From the far end of the room the beds fall away in 2 dim rows, and at the wall the shuttered openings are still wholly black. Dawn is coming, but it has not yet found its way into the cracks of the shutters. There is time. Not a great deal of it, but enough. And the house takes what there is and asks for no more.
Not everyone is given wholly over to sleep. By old custom, an older monk lies among the younger ones, nearer the middle of the room, and it falls to him to keep a kind of watch on the second sleep, to be the one who wakes first if the bell should be slow, or if a brother lies ill, or if the lamp burns low and wants seeing to. He is not on his feet. He is only the lightest sleeper in the room, lying with one ear open to the house.
In a small place like this, the same few men have done this for years on end, and their bodies have learned the length of a winter night. He will feel it before any bell when the dark has nearly run out. Until then, he lies as still as the rest of them and lets the hour go by.
And the sleeping house is not quite silent. Silence in a place like this is never a plain emptiness. It is a frame set around a very few sounds, and the frame makes each of them large. There is the wind, first and always, the low, steady wind off the fen, leaning on the roofs, worrying at the gaps in the shutters, the sound that lies under this whole cold season, like a floor under a room.
Under the wind, if you hold still and listen, other small things. A cough 2 beds down, and then quiet again. The long creak of an old roof timber easing itself in the cold. The slow breathing of a dozen men. And below all of it, so faint you might take it for your own blood in your ears, the endless soft run of water, somewhere beneath the stone. That water is worth staying with because it is the one thing in the whole house that neither wakes nor sleeps. A house like this was set on purpose over a running watercourse. A small stream led under the far end of the range, so that the drains might be carried away clean, and no one need go out of doors in the night. And so, all through the dark, under the stone floor, the brothers sleep on. That buried water keeps running. It kept running through Compline and through the first sleep.
It ran under the whole of the night office while the choir was cold and awake. It runs now, under the second sleep, exactly as before, not louder, not softer, keeping no hours, answering no bell, carrying the night away a little at a time, toward a morning it has no need to wait for.
It is a strange, restful thought to fall asleep on. All night the house has kept its hours so carefully. The bell, the stair, the cold office in the dark, the sleep parceled out in two neat pieces. A whole ordered world wound tight around 8 fixed moments in the turning of a day, and around it, needing none of that order, the plain world simply goes on. The wind crosses the fen the way it crossed it 1,000 years before there was a house here to shelter from it.
The water runs under the floor. The dark thins by no one's arrangement toward the light. The house sleeps its second sleep inside all that larger, unhurried going on, and the going on neither knows nor minds that the house is there at all.
So, let the house sleep. There is nothing here to wait for. The bell will come when it comes, and until it does, the second sleep has the whole quiet range to itself. But the night is not finished, and the priory is wider than this one warm room of sleepers.
While the brothers lie in the dark before dawn, there is more of this slow world to walk through. In no hurry, the shape of the hours themselves, and the long round they make from dusk to dusk, the language the monks keep for the silent hours, made all of the hands when the voice is laid down, and the one warm room off to the east, past the ranges, where the sick and the aged and the newly bled lie by the single fire the house allows itself. All of it is here, in the dark, going quietly on.
There is the rest of the night to cross.
You heard a bell close the day a little while ago at Compline. It is worth knowing now, in the dark, that the same bell will open the day again, and that between one Compline and the next, the house keeps not 1 round, but 8. A monastery does not tell its time in numbers the way you might. It tells time in prayer. 8 times in the turning of a day and a night, the brothers gather in the church, and each gathering has its own name and its own place in the ring.
This is the horarium, the ordered round of the hours, fixed by the rule of Saint Benedict long before this night, in a rule set down some 7 centuries earlier, and kept, with small local changes, in every Benedictine house across the land. Tonight you may walk it slowly, the whole wheel of it from the deep of the night around to the dusk again, in no hurry at all. Nothing in it needs to be remembered.
It is only a wheel turning, and it has been turning here for longer than anyone in this house can recall.
Begin with the shape of it, before the parts. The day is a ring of 8 offices, 8 short gatherings for prayer, and they fall at their appointed places like marks around a wheel. First, in the deep middle of the night, comes the long night office, the one the brothers rise for while the countryside sleeps. The rule calls it vigils, the watch, and you will meet it again before the wheel is done. Then, as the first gray light comes into the sky, lauds.
After lauds, when the sun is properly up, prime, the first hour. Through the morning, terci. At midday, sext. In the afternoon, none. As the daylight begins to fail, vespers, sung while there is still light to see by. And last, at dusk, Compline, the short office that puts the house to bed, the one you heard. 8 in all, spread from the dark before dawn to the dark after sunset, and then the dark itself until the watch begins again. That is the whole wheel.
Everything else in a monk's day, the work and the meals and the reading, fits into the spaces the 8 offices leave. There is something strange about these hours to a modern ear, and it is worth sitting with slowly. The monks did not count their hours the way a clock does, in fixed and equal lengths. They counted by the light. A daytime hour was 1/12 of the daylight. You took the whole span from sunrise to sunset, however long it happened to be that day, and you divided it into 12 equal parts, and each part was an hour. The night, likewise, was divided into its own 12.
So an hour was not a fixed thing at all. It was a portion of the light or a portion of the dark, and it swelled or shrank with the season. This is older than the monks by far. It is the way the Romans reckoned the day, and the way much of the ancient world kept time. The monastery simply inherited it and prayed by it. When you hear that the brothers rose at the 8th hour of the night, you should not picture a number on a dial.
You should picture a share of darkness, measured out, 1 part of 12 between sunset and dawn.
Follow what that means through the turning year, gently, because it is the heart of the whole matter. In the short days of winter, when the sun is up for perhaps 8 of our modern hours and down for 16, each of the monks' 12 daytime hours was a small, pinched thing, and each of their night hours was long and generous. In the long days of high summer, the reverse was true. The daytime hours stretched out wide and slow, and the hours of the short night were brief.
The same office, keeping to the same hour by its count, therefore drifted back and forth across the real day as the year went round. The 3rd hour of a winter morning and the 3rd hour of a summer morning were not the same moment at all, measured by any fixed clock. But there was no fixed clock here to measure them against, and so it did not trouble anyone.
The hours bent with the daylight, and the offices bent with the hours, and the whole ring breathed slowly in and out across the year, tightening in winter, loosening in summer, the way a living thing breathes.
3 of the offices carry the plainest names of all, and once you know what they mean, they are easy to keep. Terce, Sext, Nun. The words are simply the Latin for 3rd, 6th, and 9th. They are the 3rd hour of the daylight, the 6th hour, and the 9th. Count from first light. The 3rd hour brings the mid-morning office of Terce. The 6th hour, at the middle of the day, brings Sext, and the 9th hour, well into the afternoon, brings Nun. There is no mystery in the names.
They are counted hours, marked off from sunrise, and the office took the number of the hour for its own. It is worth noticing that our own word noon comes from this 9th hour, from Nun. Over the centuries, the meal and the office that went with the 9th hour drifted earlier, toward the middle of the day, and dragged the word with them, until noon settled at midday and forgot where it had come from.
But here, on this night, in this house, Nun is still the 9th hour of the light, sung in the slant of the afternoon, exactly where its name says it should be.
Now walk the wheel itself, one ordinary day, slowly, and let it carry you. Start not at midnight, but at the return of the light, at lauds. The long night office is over. The brothers have gone back up to the Dorter for a second sleep in the last of the dark, and now, as the eastern sky turns from black to the color of ash and then of pale iron, a bell calls them down again. Lauds is the office of daybreak, of praise
at the coming of the light, and it is sung as the day is being born.
The church is still cold and mostly dark, the windows only beginning to show gray instead of black, and the first birds are stirring in the fen outside. There is no hurry in it. The monks have done this at this hour every morning of their lives, and their fathers in the order before them, back and back. By the time Lauds is finished, the light has usually grown enough that a man can find his way about the cloister without a flame. The day has properly begun.
When the sun is fairly up comes prime, the first hour, a short morning office, and after it the one gathering of the day that is not prayer at all. The brothers leave the church and go to the chapter house, the room set aside on the east side of the cloister for the business of the community. There a portion of the rule is read aloud, a chapter of it, day by day through the year, which is why the room and the meeting both took the name chapter.
Then the ordinary matters of the house are dealt with. The work of the day is given out, one brother to the garden, one to the accounts, one to the guests. Faults are confessed and answered for. Whatever must be decided is decided here, in the daylight, with everyone present. It is the closest thing the monastery has to speech in the ordinary sense, a room where the silence of the night gives way to the plain talk of running a household. It does not last long.
When it is done, the brothers scatter to their work, and the morning opens out into labor. The rule divides the monk's day into three kinds of thing: the prayer in the church, the work of the hands, and the slow reading it calls lectio divina, holy reading. Between the morning offices, a stretch of the day is given to each. The work might be anything the house needs: hoeing in the garden, copying or mending in the cloister by daylight, keeping the accounts, tending the sick, baking, brewing the house's ale.
Idleness, the rule says plainly in its 48th chapter, is the enemy of the soul, and so the hours are filled. But not only with labor. A portion of the day belongs to reading, and the place for it is the cloister, the covered walk around the open garth, where a brother could sit with a heavy manuscript of wooden boards open on his knees and read slowly, a few pages, turning them over in his mind more than in his hands. This is not study for its own sake, and not hurry to finish a book.
It is a slow chewing over of a few lines, the same few until they are worn smooth. Prayer, work, reading, the three strands the offices are woven through.
Mid-morning, when the sun has climbed a third of its daytime arc, the bell calls the brothers in from their work for terce, the third hour. It is a short office, quickly done, and it sits in the morning like a knot tied in a cord, gathering the loose work of the day back to the church for a few minutes before letting it go again. In many houses, the principal mass of the day followed close on terce. The community gathered together in the choir while the light was good.
Then out again, back to the garden and the workroom and the cloister walk, back to the tasks the chapter meeting had given out. This is the rhythm of the whole daylit part of the wheel, a stretch of work, then a bell, then a short gathering in the church, then work again. The offices are not long interruptions.
They are brief and frequent. A few minutes every few hours, so that no part of the day runs on too far without the brothers being called back to the still center of the house, and then sent out once more.
Not every brother did the same work, and the jobs of the house had names as fixed as the offices. The cellarer kept the stores and the food, a man the rule says should be chosen for his steadiness, wasting nothing and grieving no one. The kitchener cooked by a weekly turn, so the burden moved around the community. The infirmary kept the sick in their separate range to the east. The chamberlain saw to the clothes and the bedding and the washing.
And over the lights and the church furnishings and the reckoning of the hours was the sacrist, of whom there will be more to say before this is done. Each of these had his work to fit into the same wheel of offices as everyone else, rising for the night watch and coming to the church 8 times like the rest, and doing his particular labor in the spaces between.
The household ran, in other words, on ordinary competence. Quietly, the stores counted, and the meals cooked, and the linen washed, all of it threaded through the ring of prayer without breaking it.
At the middle of the day, when the sun stands at its highest and a post throws its shortest shadow, comes Sext the 6th hour. It is the noon office, the pivot of the daylight, the point where the morning half of the wheel gives way to the afternoon half. Like Tercy, it is brief. In summer, when the days are long and the daytime hours stretch wide, a good deal of morning has passed before Sext comes, and a good deal of afternoon still lies ahead.
In winter, when the light is thin and the hours are pinched, Sext falls close upon the offices before and after it, the whole daylit part of the wheel drawn in tight around a brief gray noon. The sun at the top of its arc is the one moment of the day a monk could read most surely without any device at all. Shadows at their shortest, the light at its plainest. After Sext, in the ordinary way of things, the community went to its main meal, for the largest food of the day was taken at the middle of it, not the end.
The chief meal of the day was dinner, taken about the middle of the day after Sext, or, on fasting days, held back until later. It was eaten in the refectory, the long dining hall on the south side of the cloister away from the church, and it was eaten to the sound of a single voice. One brother read aloud from a raised pulpit in the wall, while the rest ate in silence, so that the mind was fed while the body was. How many meals there were depended on the season.
Through the long light half of the year, the brothers ate twice, a substantial dinner at midday and a light supper in the evening before Compline. Through the fasting seasons, from the middle of September onward and through Lent, and on certain days of the week besides, there was only the one meal, and no supper at all.
The wheel of the offices stayed the same across all of this, turning at its 8 fixed points. It was the meals that thinned and thickened with the calendar, 1 in the lean seasons, 2 in the full.
In the summer, when the nights were short and the days' work long and hot, the rule allowed something it did not allow in winter, a rest in the middle of the day. Because the brothers had risen in the small hours of a brief night and would be up again before a short dawn, they were given, after the midday meal, a stretch of quiet in which to lie down through the worst heat of the afternoon. This midday rest, the meridian, was not laziness but arithmetic. The night was too short to hold all the sleep a man needed, so a piece of it was moved into the day. In winter there was no such rest, for the long nights gave sleep enough, and the short cold days had none to spare. So even the sleeping bent with the season, like everything else here.
In the long half of the year the monk slept a little in the daylight. In the short half he did not, and the wheel accommodated both without changing its shape, only loosening and tightening around the fixed points of the offices as the year required.
Well into the afternoon, at the 9th hour of the daylight, the bell calls the brothers back for none, the last of the little daytime offices. By now the sun has begun its long slide toward the west, and the shadows in the cloister have grown long and lean again, stretched out the other way from where they lay in the morning. None is short, like Tercy and Sext, a handful of psalms and a prayer, and then the community returns once more to its work for the closing stretch of the daylight.
There was a time when the main meal of a fasting day waited all the way until none, so that a hungry brother watched the shadows and counted the hours toward the 9th with more than ordinary attention. This is part of why the 9th hour, none, crept forward over the centuries to sit at midday, and gave our word noon its odd early place.
But on an ordinary day here, the meal is long past, and none is simply the afternoon's one pause,
the wheel turning past its 7th mark toward the evening and the failing of the light.
As the afternoon wears on and the light begins, almost imperceptibly, to thin, the work of the house changes its character. Anything that needs good light must be finished while the light lasts.
In the cloister carols, where a brother might have spent the day mending the boards and pages of the house's manuscripts, the work slows and stops as the gray light coming through the arcade grows too weak to trust. Whatever writing or repair there was belonged to the daylight, and no one would carry an open flame near dry parchment and ink to steal another hour, for fear of fire. The outdoor work, too, draws toward its close. Tools gathered up, the garden left, the animals seen to.
The house begins quietly to turn inward for the evening, and somewhere in these hours the one brother charged with the lights of the church goes about making ready. For once, Vespers is sung, the daylight will not be enough, and the flames must be prepared against the coming dark.
Vespers is the evening office, and by rule it is sung while there is still daylight in the sky, so that the lamps need not yet be lit for it. It is the counterpart of lauds at the other end of the day. Lauds greets the coming of the light. Vespers takes leave of it. Of the offices that fill the daylit hours, it is the fullest and the most unhurried, sung in the slant golden failing light of the late afternoon, the church windows still holding a little color before they go gray and then dark.
In summer, with its long, slow dusk, Vespers falls late and the light lingers on afterward. In winter it comes early, in a hurried gray afternoon, with true dark pressing close behind it. Either way, when Vespers is over, the working day is effectively done. What remains is a light evening drink and reading, and then the last short office, and then sleep.
The wheel has turned nearly all the way round now, from the deep night, up through the whole long day, and back down toward the dark it started from.
It is worth pausing, near the end of the daylight, on the way the whole ring slides and gathers with the seasons, because it is the most beautiful part of the arrangement. In the deep of winter, when the daylight is a brief pale band between two long darknesses, all the daytime offices, prime and terci, and sext, and nun, and vespers, are crowded together into that short span.
They come close upon one another's heels, 5 gatherings pressed into a handful of thin, cold hours. The brothers hardly out of the church before the bell draws them back. The short day feels busy with prayer, dense with it, one office treading on the last, because there is so little daylight to spread them across. And on either side of that crowded little day lie the great long nights, 16 hours of dark, with the single night office set like one lamp in the middle of all that darkness.
Winter squeezes the day's prayer together and opens the night wide.
In high summer, it is the opposite. The daylight runs on for 16 hours or more, and the same daytime offices, the same 5, are spread thin across it, with long, slow, easy stretches of light between them. A monk finishes terce, and there is a whole broad morning before sext. He finishes none, and the afternoon stretches golden and unhurried toward a vespers that will not come for hours yet. The day feels loose, open, generous with time.
And the night, by the same measure, is squeezed to almost nothing, a brief blue dark that hardly falls before it is lifting again, so that the night office and lauds are nearly pushed together, and the second sleep grows short, which is why, as you heard, the summer day borrowed back a little sleep at noon. The same 8 offices, the same fixed wheel. But in winter it is drawn in tight around a small bright day, and in summer it opens wide around a long one.
It breathes with the year, in and out, forever.
And
And so the wheel comes round at last to where you found it, to Compline at dusk, the short office that closes the day. In winter it is sung early, in the near dark of a late afternoon, perhaps a little after what we would call 6. In summer it waits for the long light to fail, and may not come until 8 or later. Whenever it falls, it does the same work. It puts the house to bed.
It is the last thing the brothers do before the silence and the sleep. A short, quiet, familiar office, so worn into memory that it can be sung almost in the dark. When it is finished, the community goes up to the Dorter, and the great quiet of the night settles over the whole house. And the wheel, having turned all the way round from the deep of one night to the dusk of the same day, pauses at the top of its turn and waits. It does not wait long.
In the small hours, the watch will begin again, and the whole ring will move once more.
The deepest part of the wheel is the part that gives this whole house its strange fame, the office in the middle of the night. A little after 2 in the morning, by our reckoning, while the whole country around lies asleep, a bell wakes the brothers, and they rise in the dark and go down to the cold church to keep the watch. You will hear that hour told in fuller detail elsewhere in this long night. Here it is enough to set it in its place on the wheel.
It is the longest office of the day, and the only one that falls in true darkness, and everything else in the round is arranged around it. The evening narrows down toward it. The day, later, opens up out of it.
It is the still black center of the turning, the point the whole ring is balanced upon, and it has a peculiar quality the daytime offices do not. There is no work waiting on either side of it, no garden or accounts or guests, only sleep before and sleep after, so that the monk rises out of the dark purely to pray, and returns to the dark when he is done.
In the winter, the night office and the dawn office did not sit right against each other. Between the end of the long night watch and the beginning of lauds at first light, there fell an interval, an hour or more of dark, and the rule turned it to use.
It was given to reading and to prayer alone, a stretch of stillness in the very deep of the night, when a brother, already awake, already down in the cold church or the dim cloister, might sit with the psalms turning in his memory and simply dwell in them. It is a curious gift, this hour, carved out of the middle of the night, belonging to no work and no meal, only to the slow inward turning of a mind in the dark. The winter night was long enough to hold it easily.
And because the brothers knew the whole book of Psalms by heart, the reading in this interval needed no light to read by. The words came up out of memory, in the dark, unhurried, the way they had come up for years.
In the summer, that quiet interval all but disappears. The short night has no room to spare. The watch is barely finished before the sky is already paling in the east, and lauds must follow almost at once, treading on the very heels of the night office. There is no long dark hour to give away to reading then, no carved-out stillness in the middle of the night, because the middle of the night is so brief and the dawn so early that the two offices run nearly together.
So this too, like the meals and the midday rest, bent with the season. In the long winter nights, the brothers had that extra measure of dark to spend on stillness. In the short summer nights they did not, and the wheel simply closed the gap and moved on. Nothing about the arrangement was rigid, except the 8 fixed points themselves.
Everything between them, the intervals, the meals, the rest, the reading, breathed loose or tight as the light of the year dictated, and the brothers followed the light without complaint, as their rule and their fathers had taught them to.
Through all of it, waking and sleeping, working and praying,
The one sound that ruled the day was the bell. It was, without any rival, the loudest thing in the monastery's world, and it fell on the house 8 times and more in every turn of the wheel, cutting the shapeless flow of time into its named and ordered pieces. There was a bell to wake the brothers in the dark for the watch, a bell to call them from their work to each office, a bell before the meal.
A monk did not need to know the hour in numbers. He needed only to listen. The bell told him when to rise, when to come, when to eat, when to sleep. It reached into the garden and the workroom and the far corners of the precinct, into the Dorter where he lay, and it gathered the whole scattered household back to one place at one moment, over and over, all day and once in the depth of the night. Time here was not read off any face. It was heard.
It came as a sound out of the bell cote above the church, and the whole house turned when it rang.
And the bell and the flames it summoned the brothers toward were the charge of one man, the Sacrist. His was the keeping of the church, its furnishings and its vessels, its bells, and above all its lights. The whole year of wax and wick was his to reckon.
He had to know how much the house would burn, candle by candle, through the short dark days when the offices needed light, and the long bright ones when they needed little. He set aside beeswax for the altar and the choir, clean and faintly sweet, and coarser tallow for the passages and the stairs, which smoked and guttered, and had its own low smell.
He trimmed the wicks, and measured the store, and entered it all in his accounts, for lighting a monastery was no small expense, and it rose and fell with the turning of the year exactly as the offices did. When you picture the flames in the dark church at the night watch, picture behind them this one patient brother, months earlier, counting candles against a calendar, making sure the light would be there when the dark hours came for it.
Step back now from the single day and see the wheel for what it is. Not one day's round, but a thing that never stops turning. The same 8 offices had been sung in this order at these bending hours for centuries before any brother now living was born, and would go on after every one of them was gone. A monk entered the house as a young man and took his place in the ring, and the ring simply absorbed him, gave him his stall and his hours, and turned on. When he grew old and moved to the infirmary, the wheel turned without him. When he died, another stood in his place, and it turned on still. No single night's watch was the first, and none would be the last.
That was rather the point of it. A round so old and so fixed that no one man's coming or going could interrupt it. The hours kept unbroken from one generation into the next. The bell ringing over the fen at 2 in the morning, as it had rung for longer than the oldest brother could remember, and would ring for longer than the youngest would live to see.
So let the wheel turn without you now. You have walked it all the way round, from the deep watch of the night, up through lauds and prime, through the little counted hours of terce and sext and nun, through vespers in the failing light and Compline in the dark, and round again to the watch where you began. You do not need to hold any of it.
The house will keep the hours whether or not you keep them. The bell will ring in the bell cote whether or not you hear it. The flames the sacrist counted will burn down to their marked lines in the cold church, and the brothers will rise in the dark and go down and sing the psalms they have known by heart for a lifetime, and go back up again to sleep, and none of it asks anything of you.
It is a wheel that turns of itself, quietly, in the dark, at the edge of a Lincolnshire fen, 700 years into its turning and in no hurry to stop. Let it turn. Let the bell ring somewhere far off, and the flame burn low, and even in the empty choir, and the long night hold the house. There is nothing here to follow, and nothing to remember.
only the slow, even turning of the hours, round and round, while you rest.
Stay a while in the quiet now, because the quiet itself is worth understanding. It is easy to think of the silence in a house like this as a rule pressed down from outside, a lid held over men who would rather be talking. The rule of Saint Benedict does not see it that way. In its 6th chapter, it treats silence as a good thing in its own right, a discipline chosen and practiced, and it says plainly that it would rather a monk said too little than too much.
Speech is not forbidden because it is wicked. It is simply set aside most of the time as a thing that gets in the way. And here is a point worth holding on to because it is often got wrong. A monk in this priory has taken vows, but not a vow of quiet. When he was professed, he promised 3 things. He promised stability, to stay in this house and not wander. He promised obedience. And he promised what the rule calls conversion of life, the slow reshaping of himself.
Silence serves those promises. It is not itself one of them, so the silence is not a punishment and not an emptiness. It is more like a discipline of attention, a way of keeping the whole day turned toward the one thing the house exists to do. When a man is not filling the air with small talk, the words of the office and the words of his own prayer have room to be heard. That is the idea behind it. And because it is a discipline rather than a single hard wall, it is not the same everywhere and at every hour.
The strictest quiet belongs to the night, from the last office until the morning, when no one speaks at all, except in real need. But the silence has more shape than that. It has a geography as well as a timetable, a map of where words may fall and where they may not, laid quietly over the buildings themselves. Some rooms are meant to be silent almost always. One room, and only one, is built so that men may speak in it.
To understand the hush of the night, you have to walk that map a little, room by room, the way a monk carries it in his body without ever thinking of it.
Begin with the church, since that is where the night keeps returning. Here the quiet is deepest of all. Men come down into the cold choir in the small hours and in the gray of first light, and what they bring is not conversation but the office, the psalms and the readings, in their proper order and nothing besides. Between the parts of the office there are silences that are themselves a kind of prayer, held on purpose, not waiting to be filled.
No one leans to his neighbor to remark on the cold or the hour. If a thing must be signaled, it is signaled without a voice. The church is the one place where sound is most shaped and most sparing, where even the singing is a memorized thing that needs no page and no direction. So the building that is loudest in one sense, the place where the whole community lifts its voice together, is in another sense the most silent of all, because nothing is ever said in it that is merely idle.
Everything spoken there is the work, and the work is the only thing spoken.
Now cross to the refectory, the long room where the community eats. You might expect this to be the place where the quiet loosens, the way a shared table loosens ours. It does not. The meal is taken in silence too, but not in a bare silence. One brother stands at a raised desk set into the wall, a lectern lifted above the heads of the others, and he reads aloud while the rest eat.
So there is a single voice in the room, steady and unhurried, carrying over the small sounds of the meal, and everyone else quiet beneath it. It is a restful thing to picture. A dozen men in a small house like this, bent to their bread and their dish, and not one of them speaking, and above them, one reader going on evenly through whatever book is set for the season. If a monk needs the salt, or more bread or water, he does not ask out loud and break the reading. He signals for it.
And that is the thing worth pausing on, because it is how the whole silent house solves an ordinary problem. When you may not speak, and you still have a need, you use your hands.
Walk out into the cloister, the covered stone walk around the open garth. This too is a place of quiet, though of a gentler kind than the church. A monk may move along it, may go about the business of the day, but the cloister is not a place for standing about in talk. It is a passage and a place of reading and thought, and the discipline of the tongue holds here as it holds nearly everywhere. And then, above the east range, the Dorter, the long room where the brothers sleep.
From the last office of the day until the morning, this is the most silent room of all. Men lie in their rows in the near dark, the one lamp burning at the end of the room, and no one speaks. A whole household of grown men lying down together, and no good night said aloud. No murmured word passed from bed to bed. The quiet of the Dorter is the quiet the whole day has been narrowing toward.
So the map so far is almost entirely a map of silence. Church, refectory, cloister, Dorter, each with its own weight of quiet. There is only one exception.
That exception is a small room, and it has a name that tells you exactly what it is for. It is the parlor, the locutorium you passed on your way through the early evening, the one room whose name means the place of speaking. It exists so that necessary words, the arranging of work, a message that cannot wait, a matter of business with someone from outside, have somewhere to be said without breaking the silence of the rest of the house. Think about what that name implies.
In a whole precinct of stone rooms, the fact that one of them has to be marked out as the place where you may speak tells you that everywhere else, speaking is the thing set aside. The parlor is the pressure valve. It is the reason the church and the cloister and the Dorter can hold their quiet, because the few words that truly must be said have been given a room of their own to be said in.
It is a small, plain, sensible arrangement, and it is one of the clearest signs of how seriously the house takes its silence. It did not simply forbid speech, it built speech a doorway and closed every other one. And what happens if the silence is broken? If a word slips out in the wrong room at the wrong hour? Nothing loud, nothing in the moment. The night does not answer back. But in the morning, in the daily meeting the house holds in the chapter house, faults of this kind are owned and answered for in daylight, quietly, as a matter of course.
A monk might acknowledge that he spoke when he should not have, and take some small penance for it, a psalm, a bowing to the floor, the loss of a portion at table. It is not treated as a scandal. It is treated as a slip in a discipline that everyone is practicing and no one keeps perfectly. The point of naming it is not shame but attention. The silence matters enough that its breaking is noticed and set right, gently, and then let go.
So the quiet of the night is guarded not by watchmen or locks, but by this, that in the morning, in the plain light of the chapter house, a man will answer for the words he did not keep, and knowing that, mostly, he keeps them. But a discipline of silence runs into an ordinary difficulty, and the monks knew it perfectly well. A house full of men still has to be run. Bread still has to be passed at the table. Tools still have to be fetched. A book still has to be asked for. One brother still has to tell another that a thing is needed. Silence does not make those needs go away, so the houses did a very practical thing.
They built over centuries a second language, one made entirely of the hands, so that the needs of the day could be met without a word spoken aloud. It was not a secret code, and not the clever invention of one house. It grew up across the monastic world and was written down, so that a young monk could learn it the way he learned the Psalms. And what survives of it is oddly touching, because it is so plain and so domestic. It is not a language for arguing or for telling stories.
It is a language for asking for bread and cheese and a spoon. To understand the silent house, you have to learn a little of it, sign by sign.
The written lists of these signs are real, and one of them is English. In one Old English list, drawn up at Canterbury a little before this priory's time, there are some 127 signs set down in order, each with its meaning, a small dictionary of the hands. It is a modest document, not grand, the kind of practical text a house kept because it was useful. And it is careful and specific in a way that makes the silent refectory easy to imagine.
It tells you how to ask for this food and that, how to name a tool, how to signal a rank or an hour. We should be honest that we cannot know the exact signs used in this particular house on this particular night, since the local habits varied from place to place, and the list we have is older and from elsewhere. So think of each sign not as certainly the one made here, but as the kind of sign a monk here would have made, drawn from a tradition like the one Canterbury wrote down.
With that in mind, let us walk through a few of them, slowly, the way they were once learned.
Start with the most ordinary need of all, bread. To ask for bread, a brother sets his 2 thumbs and his 2 forefingers together, tip to tip, so that his hands make a small ring in the air. And the reason for the shape is as simple as the shape itself. Bread is round. A loaf is a circle, and so the sign for it is a circle, made with the fingers. There is something worth resting on in that. The whole of this hand language works this way, by likeness, by making a small picture of the thing.
It is not lettered, not spelled, not abstract. To name bread, you draw bread. A young monk learning the signs was not memorizing a code so much as learning to sketch the world with his fingers, quickly and quietly, at the table in the half-light. Picture it now. The reader's voice going on above, the meal in silence beneath, and here and there along the board a pair of hands lifting for a moment to make that small ring, and another brother seeing it, and the bread passing down without a single word. That is how the silence fed itself. Now fish. To ask for fish, a brother holds his hand flat and waves it a little from side to side, the way a fish moves through water, the tail working back and forth. Again, the sign is a small picture of the living thing, not of the cooked dish on the plate, but of the creature in the stream, its motion caught in a flick of the hand. And fish mattered at this table more than we might guess, because on the many days when the flesh of animals was set aside, fish was what the kitchen turned to.
So this was a sign a monk made often, especially through the long fasting seasons. Imagine the small gesture passing along the silent refectory, a hand tilting and swimming for a moment in the air, and the meaning plain to everyone who saw it. There is a gentleness in it, a whole household agreeing to speak of the day's food in these little mimes, thumbs for a loaf, a swimming hand for a fish. The silence is not grim.
It is threaded through with these quiet, almost playful shapes, each one standing in for a word that no one will say.
Milk has its own sign, and it is the plainest kind of picture of all, because it copies the very action that gives the thing its name. To ask for milk, a brother draws one finger of the other hand downward, stroking it as if he were drawing milk from a beast at the pail. The whole small labor of milking, the pull of the hand, is folded into that one downward stroke of a finger.
You can see how a boy new to the house would learn it without any trouble, because he had watched it done or done it himself 1,000 times before he ever came here.
The sign does not describe the white liquid in the cup, it describes the milking. And that is a clue to how these people thought about the things around them. A thing was known by where it came from and how it was got, not as an idea, but as a piece of ordinary work.
So the sign for milk is really a tiny remembered gesture of the farmyard, made now in silence in a stone refectory, so that a brother can have milk with his bread and never break the quiet.
Honey is asked for with a smaller and more private gesture. A brother touches the tip of one finger to his tongue. That is all. The sweetness names itself. Of all the signs, it is perhaps the most direct because it does not picture the thing or its making, but its taste. The one plain fact about honey that everyone at the table shares. Honey was the sweetness the house had. There was no other worth speaking of.
It went into remedies and into the occasional easing of a fast, and it was worth asking for. And so the sign for it is this quiet touch of a fingertip to the lips, a man briefly miming the taste of sweetness in a room where no one is speaking.
Set it beside the others and you begin to feel the range of this little language. A ring of the fingers for the shape of bread, a swimming hand for the motion of a fish, a stroke of a finger for the work of milking, a fingertip to the tongue for the taste of honey. Shape, motion, work, taste. Each thing named by whatever about it was easiest to show without a word.
Cheese is made by pressing the two hands flat together, palm against palm. And once more the sign remembers how the thing is made, because cheese is pressed. The curds are gathered and squeezed and weighted until the moisture runs out and the solid cake is left, and that pressing is exactly what the hands mime, one palm bearing down upon the other. It is a satisfying sign to picture, plain and firm, nothing like the round ring of bread or the swimming of the fish.
Cheese was a steady food in a house like this, something the dairy could make and keep, a plain food for the days without meat. So a brother wanting cheese presses his hands together for a moment, flat and quiet, and the brother beside him understands and passes it. By now you may notice how much of this language is about food and about the table, and how little of it is about anything else. That is not an accident.
It tells you what the silence was mostly for, getting a house full of men fed, in order and without noise, once or twice a day, every day for a lifetime.
Eggs have a sign that is small and particular. A brother scrapes with one finger along the thumb of his other hand, a short, light scraping motion. It is less obvious than the others, less of a plain picture, and those who study these lists have puzzled a little over just what it copies, whether the cracking of a shell or some other small handling of the egg. But the monks themselves knew it perfectly, the way you know a word without ever thinking how it came to mean what it means.
And that is worth remembering as we go through these. The men who used them did not stop to admire the cleverness of each sign, the way we are doing now. To them, it was simply the word for eggs, made with the hands instead of the mouth, as ordinary and unremarkable as saying the thing aloud would be to us. The wonder is ours, looking back.
For them it was just the language of the table, learned young and used daily, a scrape of a finger on a thumb that meant eggs and nothing else, understood at a glance and answered without a sound.
Water, or the washing that goes with it, is signaled by the motion of washing the hands, one hand turning over the other as if rinsing them. It is the gesture you would make at the stone trough before a meal, lifted out of its place and made into a word. Water and washing sat close together in the monk's day, because hands were rinsed before eating as a matter of course, and the same simple motion could ask for the water to do it.
So the sign is once again a piece of daily action, the rubbing of hand over hand, standing in for the thing itself.
Notice how the whole small vocabulary keeps coming back to the body and its plain work, to milking and pressing and washing, to the shapes of loaves and the swimming of fish. There is nothing lofty in it. It is the language a household would build if it had to run itself without speaking, made of exactly the gestures that household already used all day long.
To ask for water, you wash your hands in the air, and the meaning is plain to anyone who has ever stood at the trough.
2 more, both from the table, because the table is where these signs did most of their work. For a dish, a brother raises one hand with the fingers spread open, the hollow of the palm turned up like the hollow of the dish itself. For a spoon, he makes the small motion of eating with one, the hand lifting to the mouth as if carrying pottage from bowl to lip. You can see a whole silent meal in just those 2. A man wants his dish, he lifts his open hand. A man wants a spoon, he mimes the eating.
And around him others are making the ring for bread, the swimming hand for fish, the pressed palms for cheese, each sign a small silent picture rising and falling along the board. It is a curious thing to hold in the mind, this refectory full of men feeding themselves in a kind of quiet pantomime, the only voice in the room the readers going on above them. Nothing hurried, nothing loud.
Just hands shaping the plain needs of the meal, and the food moving down the table in answer, and the silence never once broken.
Not every sign is about food. A brother could also ask for a book, and the sign for it is fitting for a house that lived by reading. He moves his hand back and forth, as if turning the leaves of a page, and holds it flat, the way a book lies open. The gesture copies the handling of the thing, the leafing and the flatness of it.
And a book here does not mean the kind of volume we know today, run off by the 1,000. There is no printing in this world, and every book in the house is written by hand, its leaves of heavy parchment bound between wooden boards, copied and mended by daylight, and kept with care. To ask for one without speaking, a monk mimes the turning of its pages. It is a quiet, exact little sign, and it tells you that reading was ordinary enough here to need a word of its own, in the language of the hands.
Bread and fish and cheese for the body, and a book asked for the same silent way, for the mind. The same pair of hands that mimed the milking could also mime the turning of a page.
And here is a sign that steps away from the table entirely into the small work of keeping a house in order. To ask for a needle, a brother lays the hem of his left sleeve over his forefinger and draws 3 fingers of the other hand along it, back and forth, as if sewing. The mending of cloth is caught in that motion, the passing of the needle through the cloth, the pulling of the thread.
Monks mended their own habits and their own linen. A needle was an everyday tool, and so it earned its own sign. And notice, once more, how the gesture is the work itself, shrunk down. The whole small labor of sewing, bent over a torn hem by poor light, is folded into 3 fingers drawn along a sleeve. It is perhaps the homeliest of all these signs, the one furthest from anything holy, and it belongs in the list for exactly that reason.
The silence had to cover the whole of life, not just the sacred parts, and a torn sleeve is part of life. So the language of the hands had a word even for the needle that would mend it.
Now stand back from the single signs and look at the shape of the whole. What strikes you first is what is missing. This is a language almost entirely of things. Bread, fish, milk, honey, cheese, eggs, a dish, a spoon, a book, a needle. Nouns, nearly all of them, the plain furniture of the day. There is very little in it for saying how you feel, or what you think, or why. It can name a loaf, but it cannot argue. It can ask for cheese, but it cannot tell a story. And that was the whole point.
It was never meant to carry a thought, only a need. The silence was there to guard the room for prayer and attention. The signs were only a way to keep the household running underneath that silence without tearing a hole in it. So the language stayed deliberately poor, a set of small labels for the necessary things and no more. You could get through an entire silent day on it, fed and clothed and supplied, and never once use it to say a single thing you did not strictly need to.
That poverty was not a failing of the language. It was its purpose.
There is one more thing about these signs that is quietly remarkable, and it reaches beyond this small priory altogether. The same signs, or very close to them, were made in houses far apart. The ring of the fingers that meant bread here in the Lincolnshire fen was also the sign for bread in the great houses of Burgundy, hundreds of miles away across the sea. The lists that survive from those distant places and the English list agree on the plainest words, which means something rather moving.
A monk from Burgundy and a monk from Lincolnshire, who shared not one word of spoken language, who could not have passed the time of day with each other, could still have sat at the same silent table and asked each other for bread, each making the same small ring with his fingers, and been understood at once. The silence that cut them off from ordinary talk had given them, in exchange, a handful of gestures held in common across half of Christendom. In a world of many tongues, the hands agreed.
A loaf was a circle everywhere, and everywhere the circle meant bread.
Not everyone admired it. There is a famous complaint, worth telling because it is so human. A sharp-tongued visitor to Canterbury, watching the monks at their signs, was not charmed at all. He wrote that the brothers gestured and pointed and whistled to one another so busily, with fingers and hands and arms, that he felt he was watching players on a stage rather than men keeping silence. Dumb garrulity, he called it, chattering without a voice.
He meant it as mockery, and we should take him for what he was, a hostile wit looking for a fault. But under the sneer, there is a true thing, and a rather warm one. A language built only for needs had been stretched, by ordinary men living close together for years, towards something more like gossip. They were not supposed to be telling each other things with their hands. They were supposed to be asking for bread and cheese.
And yet, being men, they found ways to say a little more than they needed, and to carry on a whole small conversation under the rule of quiet. The silence held, but the hands, now and then, said too much.
Set the signs aside now, and listen instead. Because the other thing to understand about the silence of this house is that it is not truly silent. A silence this deep does not empty the night of sound. It does the opposite. It clears the ground so that a very few sounds can be heard with a completeness we almost never allow them. Silence in a priory is not the absence of sound. It is a frame around a very few sounds, and it makes each one enormous.
Think first of the bell, the same voice that has marked the hours all through the night. In a house that has agreed to say almost nothing, the bell is the great exception, the one deliberate loud thing, ringing out to wake the house or call it to the church. Against the held quiet of everything else, a single bell is not a small sound at all.
It fills the whole precinct, stone and dark and sleeping men, and every brother hears it to the bottom of himself, because there is nothing else competing for his ear. The silence has made the bell enormous.
That is what silence does to sound.
After the bell, smaller things. Listen to the feet. When the brothers come down the night stair in the dark and file into the choir, no one is speaking. And so what you hear is only the feet, the soft, irregular fall of many pairs of shoes on worn stone, one behind another moving into place. In an ordinary, noisy world, you would never notice it. Here it is a whole sound in itself, the quiet procession of the house made audible.
Then, once they are settled in their stalls, other small sounds stand out sharp against the quiet. A cough, 2 stalls down, travels the length of the choir and comes back off the stone. The creak of a wooden stall as a tired man shifts his weight. Each of these in a loud place would be lost. Here each one is distinct and large, framed by the silence around it, impossible to miss.
You begin to understand what it would be like to spend a life in such a place. Not a life of no sound, but a life in which every small sound had room to be fully itself. A cough, a footfall, the creak of old oak, each one whole.
And in the Dorter at night, when the office is over and the house is lain down again, the sounds grow smaller still, and still they carry. Listen to the breathing. A long room full of sleeping men has a sound. The slow overlapping tide of many breaths, rising and falling, that you would never hear anywhere the day was noisy. The rustle of wool as a brother turns under his blanket.
Somewhere, if a man is still awake and reading, the stiff turn of a single parchment leaf, heavy and slow, loud as a small door in all that quiet, and around it all, over the roofs, the weather, the wind working at the stone, the rain laid steadily across the tiles and the leads, the one sound that comes from outside the discipline of the house and cares nothing for its silence.
The monks lie inside their quiet, and the weather goes on above them, and the two do not so much meet as lie one within the other, the small held silence of men inside the large indifferent silence of the night. And every one of these sounds, because there is so little else, arrives complete.
And last, the one voice the silence allows. Go back in your mind to the refectory, or to the sick men's room, or to the reading before the day's end, wherever one brother reads aloud to others who do not answer. That single voice, going on evenly over a room of silent men, is the truest picture of this whole house. Not many voices, and not none, but one, held in a frame of quiet, and every word of it clear.
It is the same in the end for all the sounds we have listened to, the bell and the feet and the cough and the breathing and the reader's low voice. Each is made large not by its own loudness, but by the great stillness around it. That is the gift the silence gave, and it is a good thing to carry down into sleep. You do not need many sounds. You need a little quiet, wide and deep, and then the few small sounds that remain will be enough, each one whole, each one enormous.
The reader's voice goes on, low over the silent room, and the silence holds it, and holds you, and asks for nothing more.
East of the cloister, past the working ranges and the last of the walls, a monk would pass in an ordinary day. There stands a building set a little apart from the rest. In a house like this, it is called the Infirmary, and it is, in its quiet way, the gentlest place the priory owns. It has its own small chapel, so that a brother too weak to climb down to the night office need not go without the prayers.
It has its own kitchen, so that food can be cooked soft and cooked warm and carried only a few steps to the bed. And it has, rarest of all the comforts a monk might know, a fire a fire that is allowed to burn when almost every other room in the house lies cold. You have felt tonight how cold the stone can be. The chill of the Dorter, the draught along the cloister walk, the long unheated church.
Here, in this one low building at the edge of everything, the air is warm and a little close, and it smells of wood smoke and dried herbs and clean linen. Here the rule bends.
The fire is the heart of it. In the rest of the priory, warmth is a thing you go to and then leave again. A monk may thaw his hands for a little while, where a fire is kept, and then turn back into the cold. Here the warmth simply stays. Through the night it holds in the thick walls and the low roof, so that a man lying still in a bed does not have to spend what little strength he has on shivering.
A pot sits at the edge of the hearth with something warm in it, a thin broth, or a little wine gently mulled with a few herbs, whatever the sick can take. The light of the fire moves slowly on the walls, on the dark beams, on the shapes of the beds. It is not a bright light, and it is not meant to be. It is a low, patient glow, enough to see a face by if you lean close, enough to keep the dark from being total. And it asks nothing of the men it warms, except that they lie still and rest.
Not many live here at any one time. A house of perhaps a dozen men does not fill an infirmary. Most nights there are only a few beds in use, and some nights only one or two. But the beds are kept ready, because there is always someone the rule may send here. There is the brother who has taken a genuine sickness, a fever that will not break, a cough deep in the chest, an old hurt that has flared again with the cold and the damp of the fen.
He is moved out of the common Dorter and into this warmer room, away from the others, where he can be watched and fed and kept quiet, and where his coughing in the night will not wake a whole floor of sleeping men. He lies under more blankets than the rule allows a healthy monk, close enough to the fire to feel it. And for as long as his sickness lasts, the ordinary demands of the day are simply lifted from him. He is not looked for at the night office. He is not looked for anywhere.
He is asked only to mend.
And there is the old monk, a man who has kept this life for 40 years or 50, who entered as a boy and has grown gray inside these same walls, comes at last to a season when the cold stone is too much for him, when his knees will no longer take the night stare, when the long-standing offices are beyond his strength. He is not turned out, and he is not left to struggle on. He is brought here, to the warm room, and here he stays. In a quiet way, the infirmary is where a monk goes to be old.
The bell still rings for the offices, and he hears it, and perhaps his lips move through the psalms he has known by heart since he was young, but he says them lying down or sitting by the fire, and no one counts it against him. He has said them 10,000 times. The house lets him rest now, and keeps him warm, and feeds him better than it feeds the strong, and lets the years he has left run out slowly in the one comfortable corner of a hard and simple place.
There is a third kind of man in these beds, and he is not sick at all. He is here because a day or two ago he was bled. Several times in the year, on a settled turn, each monk in the house gives up a little of his blood, not because anything ails him, but because the medicine of the age holds that a body stays in health only so long as its four humors stay in their proper balance, and that letting a measured amount of blood is one of the ways that balance is kept.
It was done to the well, not the ill. A brother took his turn the way he took his turn at any other duty, and then, for a few days afterward, he came here to recover from it, to sit by the fire, and eat, and do very little. The letting itself we need not dwell on. It was a small, brief, ordinary thing, quickly over and little spoken of. What matters, and what a monk quietly looked forward to, was everything that came after.
There was even a word for it, worn smooth by long use. A monk called it his sani, and the men just bled were the minuti, the diminished ones, though there was nothing grim in the naming. It was as plain and household a word as any in the day. The turns came round in a fixed order through the year, arranged so as not to fall on the great feasts or in the busiest weeks, so that the house was never short of too many working hands at once.
A brother knew roughly when his own turn was coming, the way you know when a familiar chore is due. When it came, he was released from the ordinary round for a space of days, and those days were, by the standards of this life, a small and welcome ease. He did not rise for the night office. He did not labor. He kept to the warm room, and the rule so strict about so many things drew back a little and let him be.
The ease lasted about 3 days. For 3 days a bled monk lived a gentler version of the life, lighter duties or none at all, no cold climb in the small hours, a warm bed to lie in as long as he liked, and time, that rarest thing in a life measured out by bells, simply to sit and be still. He might doze in the afternoon, which he could never otherwise do. He might sit by the fire and let his thoughts wander over nothing in particular.
The point of the whole arrangement, past all the theory of blood and balance, was exactly this rest. A hard, spare, upright life, lived to a strict round of hours, made room in itself, several times a year, for each man to lie down in the warm and do nothing at all for a few days. Those who study these houses have a plain way of putting it. A bleeding earned a monk his rest.
And the food was better. A monk in the infirmary, and a bled monk among them, was given what the customaries called pittances, small extra dishes, more than the plain fare of the refectory. Perhaps meat, which the healthy in the common life did not freely eat. Perhaps a little more wine, something richer and warmer to help the body build back what it had given up.
To a man whose ordinary days were bread and pottage and a measured cup, a few days of warm food and rest by a fire were a genuine kindness, and the rule meant them as one. There was no shame in it, and no indulgence to answer for. It was understood and built into the year that the body which kept the long offices needed, now and then, to be mended and fed and let alone.
So the bleeding, which sounds to us like an ordeal, was in truth folded into something mild. A few quiet days set apart, in the warmest room, with the best food the house could give.
There is a last kind of man here, between the sick and the well, the one who is mending. His fever has broken. The worst of his sickness is behind him. He is not yet strong enough to go back to the cold Dorter in the full round, but he is no longer in any danger.
He is the convalescent, and his days in the infirmary are the slow, dull, healing days that come after illness. Days of sitting up a little longer each morning, of eating a little more, of walking a few steps along the warm room and back, and being tired by even that. There is nothing to watch in such a recovery. And that is rather the point. He simply grows better, by small, unremarkable degrees, in the warmth, with the fire and the quiet and the plain food doing their patient work. And one ordinary morning, when he is ready and not before, he will fold his blankets and go back down to the others and take up the round again, as though he had never left it.
What runs through all of this, the sick man and the old man and the bled man and the mending man, is the way the rule loosens inside these walls, and loosens by careful degrees. Out in the common life, the flesh of four-footed animals is kept from the healthy. Here the sick may eat it. Out in the common life, the fire is a thing rationed, gone to and left. Here it burns through the night,
And out in the common life, from the end of the evening office until the morning, no one speaks at all. Here, in the infirmary, a little speech is allowed, a quiet word to ask a brother how he does, to tell him what the hour is, to say a line of comfort. Not conversation, not idleness, but the few plain words that tending a sick man cannot do without. The silence that lies over the rest of the house, whole and unbroken, is here softened just enough to let one man care for another.
Everything is eased and nothing is thrown away. The rule does not break here so much as it kneels down beside the bed.
And there is a reason for all this gentleness, set down plainly in the rule itself, in its 36th chapter. Before the sick, it says, all else must give way. The care of the sick must rank before and above all else, so that they may truly be served as though they were the person of the Master himself. It is one of the warmest lines in a book that is, for the most part, exact and sparing and firm.
Whatever else the day demanded, the offices, the labor, the fasting, the strict accounting of every hour, the tending of a sick brother came first, ahead of all of it. So the softenings of the infirmary are not a slackness that crept in over time and had to be forgiven. They are written into the founding law of the life, on purpose, from the beginning.
The same rule that wakes a man in the cold, small hours and allows him almost nothing to call his own also tells the house, in the plainest words, to set the comfort of its sick above everything else it does. Both things are the rule. Both things are the same book.
One brother above the others belongs to this room. He is the infirmerer, the monk charged with the care of the sick, and while the rest of the house sleeps, he is the one still moving. Through the small hours he makes his rounds of the beds, and he carries a lantern with its light shaded and hooded, so that the glow falls where he needs it and does not fall across the face of a man who has managed, at last, to sleep.
You would see him only as a slow shape between the beds, the dark hooded form, the low pool of light moving with him, pausing at one bed and then the next. He stops to listen to a man's breathing. He lays the back of his hand against a hot forehead. He draws a slipped blanket back up over a sleeping shoulder. He moves on.
There is nothing hurried in it and nothing loud. The whole round is made in near silence, in the warm dark, by a man whose single task through the long night is to see that each of the others is settled and eased, and as well as any of them can be.
And he serves them himself, with his own hands. It would be easy to think that a man of some standing in the house might pass such work to a servant, but the rule and the custom both ask the infirmerer to do the low, near work of tending in his own person. He carries the warm broth from the little kitchen to the bedside and holds the cup, if need be, for a hand too weak to hold it. He brings water for the washing. He changes the linen when it must be changed.
He settles the pillow and the blankets. Each of these is a small, plain, bodily kindness, the sort of thing done for a child, or by a child for a parent. And here it is done by one grown man for another, quietly in the night, as a duty and a prayer at once. To wait on a sick brother in this life was not thought a low task at all.
It was thought one of the nearest things to holiness the day could offer, and the man who did it gently, and asked for no notice, and was gone to the next bed before the first had finished thanking him.
And when a brother is very ill, when the sickness is grave, and the night may be hard for him, he is not left to face those hours alone. Another monk sits up with him. Through the small hours, when the rest of the house lies deep in its first or second sleep, a brother draws a stool close to the bed
and by the light of a single candle he reads, softly, half under his breath, so that the sick man, drifting in and out of his fever, hears a low, familiar voice going on beside him in the dark.
Perhaps it is a psalm, or a passage of the old holy writings, or only the quiet round of well-known prayers. The words matter less than the sound of them. Steady, gentle, unhurried. A human voice in the warm room saying that he is not by himself.
It is one of the oldest kindnesses there is, to sit through the night beside someone who is suffering and simply stay and read and be there. And in a house like this, on a night like this, somewhere in that warm room, it may well be happening now, the low voice going on, and the sick man's breathing slowly easing towards sleep.
Around this quiet work stands everything the infirmary needs to do it, kept close to hand. From the beams of the low room hang bunches of dried herbs, gathered in their season and hung head down to dry, so that the warm air is always faintly green and bitter with the smell of them.
On the shelves stand the made-up medicines. Clay jars of syrup, thick and dark and sweet. Small pots of electuary where a powdered herb has been worked into honey until it is a soft paste a sick man can swallow. Stoppered flasks and little boxes, each with its plain purpose. There is a store of clean linen, folded and waiting for the beds and the washing.
There is a box of candle ends, the short stubs saved from all over the house, kept here because in the infirmary a small light is often wanted in the night, and nothing is let go to waste. It is a plain, orderly, provident little room, the stores of a house that expects always to have someone to care for, and means to keep to hand whatever that care might ask.
And all of it, the hanging herbs, the syrups, the pastes worked into honey, begins outside, in a small plot of ground that by now, at this hour, you cannot see at all. Somewhere beyond the warm room, out in the cold and the dark, lies the Physic garden, the priory's garden of healing plants. And though the night has swallowed it whole, you can call it up as it looked a few hours ago, in the last gray light of the dusk, before the cold came down. Picture it then, from memory.
A square of worked earth, sheltered by a low wall and a woven fence. Narrow raised beds, edged with boards or with turf, lifted a little above the paths so the wet drains away. Straight, trodden paths between them.
And in each bed, kept apart from its neighbors, a single kind of plant, for this is not a garden grown for beauty, but a garden grown to be known, where a monk can walk the paths in his mind and lay his hand on each herb in its place and be sure, every time, of exactly what he has picked.
Walk the beds in memory and name them as you pass, in the plain, flat names a monk would use. Here is sage, gray, green, and dusty leaved, good for the mouth and the head. Here is rue, bitter and blue-green, that a man was warned to use sparingly. Here is fennel, tall and feathery, half run to seed. Here is hyssop, and here is mint, that you can smell before you touch it, and here is savory, low and dark and sharp. None of these is rare, none of them is strange.
They are the ordinary useful plants of any careful garden, the sort a monk could name in his sleep, grown here not for their scent or their flowers, but because each one had its use in the long, patient business of keeping a body well. To walk this garden was half a lesson in medicine. A novice learned the beds by heart, the way he learned his psalms, one plant to a place, until he could find any of them blind. in the dark, by the shape of the leaf and the smell left on his fingers.
Walk a little further along the paths. Here is pennyroyal, creeping low. Here is lovage, tall and celery-scented. Here is wormwood, silver and very bitter, and horehound beside it, grayer still. Here, in a bed of its own, is chamomile, whose small daisy flowers were steeped for a warm and soothing drink. And here is comfrey, broad-leaved and coarse, laid on aches and bruises and slow-healing hurts.
Each has its bed, each has its season. Each was gathered at its proper time, dried in its bunch, and carried in to hang from the infirmary beams. It is a modest inventory, by any measure, a few dozen common plants, most of them growing wild, in the hedges of the fen, as readily as in this tended plot.
But gathered together, named, ordered, and known, they were very nearly the whole of what a house like this could do against sickness. Warm drinks, and soothing pastes, and poultices laid on gently, and a great deal of rest, and warmth, and patience beside.
And there is one plant that stood above the rest, and it is worth stopping at its bed. It is betony, a low plant with soft leaves and a spike of dull purple flowers, unremarkable to look at, and yet held in its day in a regard that is hard now to credit. There was an old saying, passed from mouth to mouth, that a man should sell his coat and buy betony, that it was worth more to him than the clothes on his back.
It was thought good against a long list of troubles, and among them, gently, against bad dreams. A little betony, taken before bed, was believed to keep the sleep quiet and free of nightmares, to hold the ugly shapes of the night away, and let a man rest untroubled until morning. Whether it did any such thing we cannot say.
But there is something fitting in a garden of healing keeping in one of its beds, a plant whose chief and best-loved gift was a calm and dreamless sleep, the very thing this whole long night has been drifting toward.
Think now of how one of these plants became a medicine, for the making was as slow and quiet as everything else here. Say a monk means to make an electuary, a herb worked into honey, to be taken by the spoonful. He takes the dried herb down from the beam, and he grinds it in a stone mortar, turning the pestle round and round with a low, even scrape until the leaf is a fine, dull powder. He warms a little honey by the fire until it loosens and runs.
He works the powder into the honey, a little at a time, stirring until the two become one smooth, dark paste, and then he spoons it into a small clay pot and stoppers it, and sets it on the shelf with the others, named in his memory if nowhere else. There is no haste in any part of it.
A pestle turning, steam rising faintly off the warmed honey, a jar filled and stoppered and set by. This is the whole of it, done by firelight, in the warm room, on an evening indistinguishable from 100 others.
Or say it is a syrup he is making, against the coughs that will come with the winter. He takes the herb, hyssop, perhaps, or horehound, both good for the chest, and he simmers it in water over the low fire, slowly for a long time, until the water has taken up the strength of the plant and turned dark. He strains it through a cloth, pressing the last of the goodness out, and throws the spent leaves away.
He sets the dark liquor back over the heat with honey, and lets it cook down and thicken until it is a sweet, dark syrup that will keep. And then he pours it, warm, into clean jars, and stoppers them, and sets them by on the shelf, made now in the mild part of the year, and put away against the cold months ahead, when some brother's cough will be eased of a night by a spoonful of a summer evening's work.
Everything in this room is like that, small and slow, and made ready long before it is needed, so that when the need comes, the answer is already on the shelf, waiting.
And so we come back at the last to the old man in the bed by the fire, because in the end, the infirmary is where a long monastic life quietly comes to rest. A monk who has kept the night office for 50 years, who has grown from a boy to a gray old man inside these walls, comes at the last to this warm room and stays. Here there is a fire when the rest of the house is cold. Here there is meat and better food than he has had in years of plain refectory fare.
Here there is quiet, and no cold climb in the dark, and no labor asked of worn-out hands. And here, when the time draws near, the others come to sit with him, a brother on a stool by the bed through the small hours, reading softly, or only staying. The infirmary with his shaded lantern, pausing longer at that one bed than at any other.
He is not alone, and he is not cold, and he is not afraid, and the same house that woke him 10,000 times before the dawn now lets him lie still and be tended and sleep.
We do not know this man's name. That is the plain truth of him, and of nearly every monk who ever lay in a bed like this. Men like him kept the night office for a lifetime, rose in the cold thousands upon thousands of times, sang the same psalms in the same dark, grew old and were tended and died, and left behind no record of a single one of those nights. What survives from a house like this is not the prayers.
What survives is the business, the deeds, the rent rolls, the disputes over a boundary or a mill, the agreements sealed in wax. And so the names that come down to us are the names of the priors, a Clement, a Walter, the men who managed the fields and sealed the agreements, written into the records, not because anyone thought to keep their prayers, but because someone had to keep the accounts.
The ordinary brother, the one who simply kept the rule for 40 years and asked for nothing, left no name at all. He is every monk and no monk. He is the man in the bed by the fire, and we will never know what he was called.
And now the house is as quiet as it will be all night. The bell for the night office has not yet come. That lies still some hours ahead, out in the dark. Between now and then there is only this, a whole priory of sleeping men, and here and there across it, a very few small lights left burning in the dark. In the infirmary, the fire has sunk low and burns on softly for the old and the sick, throwing its faint warmth across the beds where they lie.
Down the length of the room, the infirmary makes one last slow round with his shaded lantern, pausing at each bed, and then he too sits down, and the little light goes still. Far off across the sleeping ranges, one lamp burns on in the long Dorter, as the rule says it must, so that even in sleep, the brothers are never wholly in the dark. And in the cold church, a single flame is kept before the altar, small and steady, tended by no one, burning quietly to itself through the empty hours.
3 small lights then in all that dark. The low fire in the infirmary, the lamp in the Dorter, the flame before the altar. 3 small flames kept burning through the deep of the night over a whole house of sleeping men. Everywhere else is dark and still. In the long Dorter, the brothers lie in their rows, each in his own narrow bed, breathing slow, deep in the first of the night's 2 sleeps.
In the warm infirmary, the sick
and the old lie easier than they lie by day, the firelight moving faintly on the walls. Out in the cold garden, the herbs stand in their ordered beds, dark now, waiting for a morning still far off.
And over all of it lies the great quiet of the hours after the last office. No voice, no bell, no footstep, only the small sounds of a house asleep, and the 3 little lights burning low and patient, asking nothing, keeping the dark from ever being complete, holding steady in their places until the hour comes, a long way off yet, to wake the house again.
And there we will leave them, in the long quiet between the offices, with the 3 small flames burning low, and the whole house given over to sleep. There is nothing more that needs doing tonight. The sick are tended, and the old are warm, and the medicines are made and stoppered on their shelves, and the garden is put to bed under the dark, and every brother who is well lies sleeping in his row, and every brother who is not lies, eased beside the fire.
The bell will come, in its own time, far ahead in the dark, and wake them to the night office as it has woken such men for hundreds of years. But that is a long way off yet, and no one need think of it now. For now there is only the warm room, and the low fire, and the slow breathing of men at rest, and the soft small light that keeps them company, and asks nothing back. Let your own breathing slow to theirs. Let the day, with its small cares, settle and grow still.
There is nothing left to tend, and nothing left to wake for, only the warm dark, and the low light, and the deep, plain, untroubled rest that has held this quiet house night after night, for as long as the house has stood. Rest now, as they rest, and let the night close softly over you, and over them, and over the low, warm room and its 3 small flames, until there is nothing left but the dark, and the quiet, and sleep.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.